Hello. Now, why isn't that working? Just immediately not working. All right, 1 second. 1 second. Where are you? There we go. So before we start playing Mass Effect, I was going to go over the mods real quick that I have installed. Some I chose not to reinstall. I kind of tried to. Hold on. Let's get some music in here. It's too quiet. Normally I have a game running, but just to make it easier to use my browser at the moment. Let me bring up my non-battle music. Since I never get a chance to use it. This is on non-battle? Okay. You say so. Me. Past me. Yeah, Ninja Turtles, because that fits Mass Effect. I don't know. So, actually, if we go back to the last page here, it'll show you all the mods I've downloaded. We can go over this real quick. Here's the mod manager. This was actually, I have a few joke ones on here. If anyone wasn't aware, I did a playthrough one time of like a speed run, and I installed some dumb mods, like laugh track when you die. Apparently, it's been deleted. Infinite sprint I chose not to do for one reason. Actually, hold on. Let me turn it down to a little bit. Okay. Infinite sprint is obvious. It's infinite sprint. It's very handy to have in Mass Effect 1, where you run for like 2 seconds and then get tired. You know, so it's like me in real life. And I didn't install it because it makes combat easier. I'm playing on Insane. Being able to run constantly would make combat potentially a little easier. I could move around a little faster, so that's why I didn't install that. If I was playing a normal playthrough, I definitely would have. Security scan skip was no longer required. In the expanded Galaxy mod, there's the ability to just walk through it quickly. You can run through it, you can walk. I think I chose walk. That was the default. Then you have Thomas the Reaper engine, which was another joke one that I put in for one playthrough. There's play as squad mates in Mass Effect 1. I don't know if this has been, it hasn't been updated in like, like 2 years. Well, year and a half-ish. Well, I'm playing as my Shepard, so this would be useless to me. But it does let, I actually, in my speedrun playthrough, I played as not Shepard, because I was a Krogan. It broke some of the stuff in the game. It was funny. Then you have Comic Sans text in Mass Effect 2, also funny. Infinite Mega Boost I'm also not doing, because again, it makes the game easier. In a potential tough fight in the Mako, I don't want to be able to have infinite boost to get away faster or move around faster. I don't want to make the game easier. Same gender romances. I actually never installed this. I was going to test it, but then I found out something that made me not want to use it. At the time I downloaded this, the effect of this did not yet carry over to 2 and 3. Like if you were male Shepard and romance Kaden in 1, this mod lets you do that. There's even voice lines that show that it was in the game to begin with, and they just didn't do it. Cowards. And the problem was, though, there was no mod that made it work in 2 or made it work in 2. Which, of course, with Kaden would just be a little bit of dialogue. But there was another reason why I didn't install this. Oh, I think it was because with Tali and Garrus, there was no mod to carry it over into 3 yet. You could romance Garrus as male Shep or romance Tali as femme Shep, but you couldn't continue it in 3, it just didn't work yet. Maybe it works now. It has been a little while. I downloaded it like in like a year and a half ago. It was updated about a year after that, so maybe well, this is only for 1, I guess, but gold toilets, of course, also a joke one. What else we have down here I didn't reinstall? Easy console commands was just for 1 playthrough because I needed maxed out Paragon and Renegade. More appearances for 2 and 3 I think is already included in another mod I've installed, so meh. Tank Top Casuals. One of the mods I have installed came with 1. I figured 1 was enough, so I just kind of forgot about it. Anderson Final Conversation no longer has to be installed if you use the Happily Ever After mod, which I'm using. So, because this is in that mod. Casual Outfits' armor was cool, but it made no sense, so I didn't reinstall it. Like, why would Shepard go into battle in a hoodie? New armor colors, it's been deleted, apparently. Also, it was kind of ridiculous. This added, like, thousands of colors. It took so long to scroll through the choices. I kind of didn't like it. I kind of forgot to reinstall this. However, I installed a texture mod. So this may or may not have worked anyway. I'm not sure. Quiet Interrupts, I never installed. I don't remember why I downloaded it. Tally Remastered, Unique Quarians, and then Tally Overhaul. I didn't use these because they're not canon. Yes, I know I'm using the Happily Ever After mod, which is obviously not canon. I know that. But the fact is, my Engineer Shepard gets a happy ending finally. I have never used that mod with my Shepard, so... But this changes the look of Tally and the Quarians in a way that, well, isn't official. Now, there is a mod called the Spectre mod that does install a few non-canon things, but I can't pick and choose. It was either all or nothing. I'll take like the 85 to 90% canon with the 10 to 15% non-canon. Just like why I didn't install Rieger Lives. He doesn't. As much as I would like him to live, he doesn't. So I chose not to install that one this time. Now we're getting into the stuff I actually did install. I didn't install this, but I don't need it. This lets any class, not just Engineer, trigger the Interrupt in the Omega DLC just for content, but I'm playing as an Engineer, so I don't need it. The one time being an Engineer is good. I kind of wish they had that more often, where certain characters, certain classes, got certain abilities. Some people didn't. That'd be fun. So now we're getting to the stuff I installed. We have a lot of videos. This is literally what it says. It's a lot of videos. If anyone knows the old texture mod and new one, a lot of textures, this is the same thing, except with videos. The people actually went through and took the time to use stuff like downscaling, upscaling, sharpening, interpolation to make the videos look better. Because they were kind of just like slapped into the remaster. If you go to the images, this is vanilla LE2, and this is with a lot of videos. Basically, it just makes things look sharper. Probably hard to tell on stream, but everything looks sharper, the color's a little better. Then we have a lot of textures. Now, the character models actually look pretty good in these games. I'm not even sure if this even touches them. This is mostly for other things. Kind of like a Skyrim mod that instead of, like, it's a texture mod that just is textures of like surfaces and background objects. Also, lighting. As you can see, this is the original lighting. Apparently, they just took the old assets from the old game and kind of up-resed it a bit. You can tell, like, look at all these artifacts. Like the bumpy outline of the light. This is what LE2, this is what Legendary Edition looks like. I'm actually not using Reshade. I have 2 mods installed that kind of do the same thing. One is lighting and one is like a slight color change. So it's kind of like a built-in one version of it. But yeah, look at this. This looks terrible. It's almost like they just took the picture of this and slapped it into the game. But now, it looks like this. Someone actually went through and like redid all the lighting effects to make it look better. That's good. Also, some character stuff is the color change. I believe it's only for Mass Effect 1. I will get to it in the list. Basically, it's the main purpose of it is to make Mass Effect 1 Legendary Edition look like old school Mass Effect with its like lens flares and color scheme, kind of reminding you of like Blade Runner. They kind of took that out in the remaster. As you can see, like Tally gets a little bit of a touch up. Basically, it makes like the textures look pop a little bit, look a little more like fabric in that. Little things, but hey. Bunch of little things installed equal big thing. Nope, get her. Then we have Legendary Edition 1 and 3 Community Patch. These are basically just These are basically just glitch fixes. All of them. There's a lot. There's a lot. Oh, look at all these. Look at all these places that have, when you click on them, it shows you all the fixes they do. It's a lot. Like, just an example. Shepard's weapon will now be shown as the Normandy takes off. Hackett's scar will now be on the correct side of his face during Earth-Mars transition. James can now be made to be one that rescues Shepard and Anderson alongside the Vermeer survivor instead of just rando Marine. Shepard's bloody face will remain present throughout the prologue. Just itty-bitty, just little things. Same thing with 1, just little glitch fixes. Pinnacle Station, I kind of thought about this after the fact. This is an amazing mod. It reinstalls an entire DLC that was lost. Thing is, I might not play this that much in this playthrough because I'm playing on Insane. Pinnacle Station on Insane is a little rough. So I might play it some, but I probably won't finish it. What else we got in here? Then the same thing with 2. It's an unofficial patch that fixes a bunch of bugs. The Diversification Project is kind of a cool one. Rebalance NPC populations. So instead of just being like a lot of humans on the Citadel, it's like a bunch of people. CSEC is like more consistent now. The Citadel evolves over time. Advertisements, club music changes. Passing ships are randomized. Your decisions may change the way the Citadel looks. Immersive improvements for missions. And then like future content stuff. Good example. Population's been rebalanced so that humans are no longer dominant species on the Citadel. Female Batarians, Drellentarians can be found in different places. Ships passing by are now both randomized and determined by allies you have gathered. Just little cool things that make the world seem more immersive. Why are there so many humans here? This is kind of a smaller version of it. It's only for Mass Effect 2, and it's only for Omega. But here's original Omega. Wow, looks lively, doesn't it? And then the mod. Got some Hanar now, and just a bunch of other NPCs hanging out. Just little stuff like that. Again, kind of immersive. Missing codex entries is very simple. Apparently there are 3 codex entries that were bugged. They're in the game, including voice acting, because they're primary ones. It adds back in, the remaster fixed the M920 Kane, but it did not fix Thermal Clip, Grenade Launcher, or Drell. It left out a whole species codec. I couldn't test to see if this works, because I'd already gotten past that point on my save file. I think the only reason it didn't pop in was because I didn't trigger it. Now when we play through the game again, it should trigger. And like it says, it also does include the voice acting because they're all primary codex entries. Cerberus retrofit. Cannon armor changes. I honestly didn't do it for that. I really, that's like, I don't mind the game being the way it is. It kind of makes the armor match throughout the series, but this is the reason why I did it. It adds different enemies, like the Dragoon. If anyone played Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, back when it was actually, a thing, there were things called Dragoons. Now, they fight alongside Cerberus on a few missions. So it actually makes the game harder. So yeah, I'm kind of screwing myself over a little bit by adding this, because Dragoons are tough. They're fully armored, and they have like these whip things that do good damage, and they're good like AoE stuff, and they're dangerous. So I get to fight those now. Oh, adjutants will be spotted on 2 missions, but only if you make a certain decision while playing Spectre expansion mod. Oh good, I get to fight adjutants outside of Omega. Wonderful. 3 named enemy agents to fight that are taken from background lore, novels, or mobile phone games. Ooh. Great. Something else that's going to kill me. When we have Geth retrofit, I believe this only does one thing. Yeah, it drags the Geth bomber out of the arena and multiplayer and puts it on Rannick's story arc. So now I have to fight Geth bombers, the ones that force you out of cover by dropping grenades on your head. Yay. I remember, I remember when they added those to multiplayer back in the day of 2015. It was because the Geth were super easy to farm in multiplayer, and you could just sit there and wait for them to come to you. They added the Geth bomber to drop grenades on you to make you move. They also made the Geth more aggressive, I think. Harbinger Overhaul mod. This mod does two things. Restores Harbinger's design from Mass Effect 2 and edits the prologue so that he is the first Reaper that you witness on Earth. Just like a little thing to do. Get your walker out, old man. I don't need one yet. I did the Reaper one because I'm insane and I just want to make the game harder, I guess. It has Husk and Abomination consistency. This one I really didn't care about. Like the making the change of Husks to make him look more like they did during 2 or whatever. I really don't care about that. I did it because of new enemy types. It adds Praetorians on missions and just like, oh boy. Reaper Possession. All types of Husk enemies can now be possessed by the Reapers. When they do, they become more aggressive, gain shields, and deal more damage. Wonderful. So the Reapers assume direct control. That actually makes sense. Harbinger was only one Reaper, and he can randomly control collector units. Doesn't it make sense that when you're fighting a Palaven, for instance, all the Reapers in orbit and on the planet would be able to, like, direct control enemies on the field and make them stronger? More things that can kill me on Insane. I did not add the Dream Remake mod. I forgot about it. I was following a guide of like cool mods, and I believe that came out after the guide came out, so I didn't see it. And unfortunately, once you install the texture mods, you're not supposed to install anything else, or else it can break the game. So I actually can't reinstall anything. And in order to uninstall the texture mods, I'd have to reinstall the entire game and mod everything again. And I did this like 3 days ago. Up until a couple days ago, I was actually going to do a different kind of Mass Effect playthrough, but I decided on this. Yeah. Maybe next time. There's going to be a next time. And by then, more mods will be out too. Sheplu Appearance Consistency Project. Just what this does is it makes Mass Effect 2 Shepard not appear orange. Because for whatever reason, Shepard in 2 has like a slight orange tint. I really don't care about that, but I installed a mod that required this. I installed some mod that needed this to make it work, so that's why it's installed. Expanded Shepard Armory for Mass Effect 2. This just adds a bunch of different armors. Cerberus armor, with or without helmets, some multiplayer stuff. The Dragon Age armor is back with or without helmet, collector stuff, Terminus, old school classic stuff from 1. It does. I've seen it a little bit. It does kind of work better. The dream sequences were always kind of lame. Then we have EGM armor for 2 and 3. This, again, just adds new armor. You have armor from Mass Effect Andromeda. I think this mostly is just Andromeda armor. Then you have like the Devastator armor, whatever it's called, from Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. Yeah, I think it's mostly just Andromeda stuff. We have Take Back Earth. I believe this has been updated since I used it. Yep, it was updated in March 20th. Wow. I've used this one before. Basically, it makes Earth just make more sense. We get all these allies to help take back Earth, and when you land on Earth, it's like nothing but humans. And then you have like the Krogan area and like the Turian area, and that's about it. This just makes it seem better. Like at the war table scene, you can see a Geth Prime in the background, and an Asari Commando, and a Turian, and a Solarian. And all throughout the mission, you just get to see, like, different people. Oh yeah, there's an Armored Elcor. During the final run towards Harbinger, they added a bunch of different models that are all from like different species. One of them is an Elcor. That's really cool. And look, there's a Volus. The happy ending mod, I used this last time. Basically, it makes Shepard live. It does more than that, though. It also rewrites some of the ending that makes the space stuff seem less like space magic. And just makes sense. Like, for instance, in the original, it mentions that when you do destroy, the Geth will die, along with Edie. But this mod basically makes us seem like we're more intelligent and we can build the damn thing without having it kill indiscriminately. We've built it to where it only attacks Reapers, so the Geth and Edie are no longer a target. That's nice. Yep, the Crucible is no longer space magic. Yep. The Star Child is no longer present in the ending. It basically just ends. I do kind of miss all the exposition at the end, but I want my Engineer Shepard to have a happy ending once. I know this is not canon, but then you have, okay, this is new. I never used this. The Citadel Epilogue mod. In order to use this, you need the Happily Ever After mod. You need it because it makes the Citadel DLC make more sense, kind of, because when you do it, you do it after you finish the game. It makes it seem like it's an after party. It's an after war party, a celebration party, where the Reapers have been defeated. And you get to party. I believe the missions are still in here too. Does it make sense that Cerberus is still around? Maybe not. Oh, no Cerberus, never mind. It's just a party. You know what? I'm okay with that. I've done the Citadel DLC several times. And the party's the best part of it. So yep. No Cerberus, no war, no Reapers, just fun. It also removes any mention of like how the war is going. Yeah. It is unfortunate you can't do like the stupid clone stuff because it is funny, but I've done it so many times. I don't mind not having to do it. Plus I'm playing on Insane and not having to do more combat. I mean, I'm not going to complain about that. And before anyone starts talking about how you made the game easier by taking out the Citadel missions on Insane, keep in mind, the Citadel DLC didn't come out until like more than a year later. I beat this game on Insane on Xbox before this DLC came out. So I would say that playing the core game on Insane and not counting the DLC is fine. Plus, by the time you do Citadel, it's so late in the game, you have so many abilities unlocked, it's probably easier. I've noticed that in games like Mass Effect, especially 1, once you start rolling with new abilities, the game gets a little bit easier. Kind of like XCOM. Early XCOM is rough. Also, I have a mod. Oh, I think it's actually a separate mod. Or is it? No, it's here. Ultimate Party. With this option, after throwing the first phase of the party, instead of choosing to have either the next two phases be relaxed or rowdy, the party will instead go through phases 2 and 3 of relaxed, and then 2 and 3 of rowdy. So you get to see all the variations in one playthrough. You don't have to just reload. Essentially, except for the few nuances between relaxed and rowdy versions of Phase 1, you can now experience all party phases in one playthrough. Yep, everything. Obviously, they can't record new voice lines. They can't be like, man, the war is over, let's party. I like that it's kind of a celebration party. Now, I turned this off, but there's an option for no Thane Memorial, because according to, like, the mod itself, this party is supposed to take place, like, months after the ending of the war, so everything's cleaned up. But it wouldn't make sense to have a memorial for Thane months later. I left it in just so we could see it. Maybe we were too busy, we want to give Thane a proper send-off, so we waited until it was the proper time. And, you know, people weren't dying. I also changed the music, I think, to victory music, just to see what it is. Then we have, I don't even have to click on this one. 1 probe all resources. Simple enough. You launch a probe at a planet, you get all the resources. Simple. This is only installed for a mod. I don't care about this. The Halcyon hair pack gives Shepard a bunch of hairstyles from Outer Worlds. Except it doesn't work with Shepard unless you install something else, which I didn't. I only installed this for NPCs. There is a mod later in the list that like brightens up the Citadel with like different models, and this is required for it. Casual hubs for Mass Effect 1, I think it just means, yeah, you can walk around certain areas in casual. Anytime you go back to the Citadel where there's no fighting, you can just be in your casual wear. Kind of makes it feel like you're on shore leave. You know, you don't have to wear your armor all the time. Advanced weapons. This one I had to think about. This one actually is required for another mod. It's required for the mod that gives like new models to things. What it does is it replaces the old models of Mass Effect 1 guns with Mass Effect 2 and 3 guns. Like this is the Argus, I think. The Matic, the Valkyrie, the Vindicator, Avenger, Lancer, other Matic, other guns. That's the Striker thing. Not sure what that is. Predator pistol, Phalanx pistol, Carnifex pistol, other versions of it. Katana shotgun. I don't know my shotguns very well. Eviscerator? Something? Piranha. Scimitar? Other scimitar? That's a claymore. But yeah. Now there's a reason why I didn't want to install this at first. This actually changes how the weapons work. I was a little worried about that. I don't want to make the game easier. But it also makes some guns apparently worse. So it kind of just messes things. It messes with things. I don't think it's going to make the game easier. Even if I find a super good one, none of these weapons are overpowered. It's not like they do a ton of damage. Also, I read that the weapons that are super accurate, they actually made more accurate because of what it is, like the Valkyrie or something, or a Matic, also does less damage than it used to. So if they increase the accuracy, they lower the damage. So it still evens out. Here it is. Mellow. This is the mod that brings back the old Mass Effect 1 lighting. You can't see, there isn't, I mean, you can see a little difference, but it's a lot of like reds and blues. Just that old school Mass Effect 1 lighting. Yeah, like this it has like more of a blue tint. I missed it. Saren stages I've used before. The version that I use, the default version, makes Saren wear robes on Eden Prime. That doesn't make sense to me. Also, hello, Remnant. I don't think I said hello. Hello. This didn't make sense to me. Like, I feel like Saren would wear armor when he's on Eden Prime. So what I did was I changed the settings a bit, where he wears just regular armor on Eden Prime. He wears the robes when he's talking to the Citadel Council, like, you know, casual time, and on the ship. And then by the time he's implanted, he goes back to his old school look. Originally, Saren was supposed to look like this. This is from concept art of Saren. He was supposed to have this robe look before he was transformed. But they ran out of time and just had him look the same the entire game. If you look at the art book, yeah, if you look at the original art book, you'll see him in there. This is what he looked like. So technically kind of canon. It's in the art book canon. Almost done. We have Alliance Uniform Consistency. I only installed this because it was needed for something else. I think it was the diversity 1-for-1. All it does is make the uniform. Actually, I might not have installed this, come to think of it. Did I not install this? This might have been one of the ones I downloaded and just said no. because it changes the uniforms throughout the series to make them look more consistent. I don't remember if I actually put that one in or not. Charted Worlds is very simple. It fills the map in Mass Effect 1, so you no longer have to drive the Mako in random directions to find stuff, like mineral deposits. Look, this is in the future. There's no reason to think that the Mako or the Normandy can't scout the small part of the planet we're landing on for mineral resources. Here it is. LE1 Diversification Project. And this does require, it requires advanced weapon models, because the models that are added have the new weapons, and the Halcyon hair pack. Seamlessly integrating female Turians into the entire game, rebalancing hub populations, increasing asset diversity, breathing more life into the world, other various miscellaneous improvements such as content restoration, in-world beautification passes, adding more ambient decorative objects such as furniture, vehicles, little stuff that make the world seem just more immersive. The Galaxy map trackers, basically this just does what Mass Effect 2 and 3 does, where it shows you where missions are. You no longer have to like go into a system and find the planet. I go to every system anyway, but it's nice to have them for one reason. When you complete the mission, the marker goes away. So it's a good way to like kind of know where you've been. The only way it wouldn't work is if you don't know the mission's there ahead of time, because there's no marker. You find it, you do it, and once again, there's no marker. One of the things that bothers me so much in Mass Effect 1 is there's no like percentage marker. So if I've already been somewhere and did a mission a while ago, I don't remember I did it. Conrad Werner remembers. This is a simple one. There was a bug in Mass Effect, and apparently it carried over into this, although they kind of made fun of themselves for it. They kept it in as like a Conrad personality trait, where even if you were Paragon to him, he still thinks you were Renegade to him in 2. So he's like, you put a gun in my face, and then in 3 he's like, I'm sorry if I said you put a gun in my face when you didn't. So this mod brings back the Paragon dialogue, which I've only heard once a long time ago. And there's also one, here it is, Conrad no apology, just to make it consistent. Not that many. I don't have a problem. It's not like, this is no Skyrim, okay? I don't have 1,000 mods installed. Immersive emails is interesting. There was back in the old days of 2012, I guess, there was an app for your phone that would send you random messages. It's gone now. This brings them all back. Adds the messages from the now defunct ME3 datapad app to your terminal. I've used this before. It is canon. It was literally released by BioWare. I'm pretty sure the app was BioWare. It wasn't like some random third party. The collector cabin I've also used. Basically, you get to unlock stuff as you play the game. I think there's a list of stuff. Yep. This is where you get it too. Prothean beacon, Turian model ship, Grissom Academy statue, Cerberus figures, Rachni egg. That's safe. Krogan statue for some reason. Miniature bomb. Geth hologram. Oh, you get a trainer trophy. Oh, after the Citadel DLC. You get she said she would give it to you. The Thane picture when you hold the memorial in the apartment. Well, the only issue with this is this game hasn't been out too long. So a lot of these mods are still in beta. Technically, the expanded Galaxy mod is still in beta because they haven't brought over everything from the original. So they'll just keep adding new stuff. Toy Volus. I want a Toy Volus. The Miranda. Oh, well, let's not. We skip some stuff here. Casual shirt for Javik. He's just wearing a shirt. Why did I install this? He's just wearing a shirt. I mean, why not, right? He's more comfortable, I guess. Okay, Expanded Galaxy mod. This is a big one. It was an original Mass Effect 3, although I never got to use it. I just never got around to it. New weapons, Collector SMG, Collector Sniper Rifle, Geth Spitfire, and a Gladius M57. Gameplay improvements, change armor at mission launch, change loadout at any time. Cutscenes use the proper weapons. Oh, was there? I just used that one because it was in the guide I had. Normandy conveniences, sprint walk through the scanner, CIC war asset terminal, visible engine room and like an ME2, little things. Normandy immersive overhaul, optional. I 100% installed this. New and evolving crew. Set your XO Marine officer, decide on numbers of Marines, medics, engineers, and other crew. That's kind of fun. It doesn't do anything really, but customizable Normandy. Add a firing range, vehicles, and other equipment. Normandy radio, listen to music. Cabin romances, you can call them up at any time you want for like little scenes. Restores conversation between Ashley and Liara. Well, Ashley's going to be alive in this one, so maybe I'll actually get to see this. When I used this mod last time, Ashley was dead, so. Galactic War, optional. Immersive elective war. The Normandy becomes a small part of a galactic spanning war. Read customized intelligence and see a map that reflects the war situation. All systems from all the games are now on the map. Improved war asset system which reflects better the lore and Shepard's choices in previous games. Choose whether to switch Reapers on or off. I think I still have them on. Buy upgrades that impact the Normandy's performance in the map, or recruit engineers whose skills can further enhance the ship. This is cool. You can recruit a chef that has some kind of like health improvement. Technically, those improvements will make Insane a little easier, but they're very minor. It's like the highest is like 5% increases. On Insane, I don't think it's going to matter that much. Let's see. Squad mate casual. Set squad mate casuals. Basically, you give them casual wear on the ship. I've done that. I did not use hood down. I'm not a huge fan of it. Bonus squad mates. Once a squad mate is done with their story content, you can use them on N7 missions. Like Jack and Grunt and Kasumi. What are these small add-ons? Novaria, restored flare cutscene. Originally, it looked like there was supposed to be a cutscene when Shepard launched a flare to signal Cortez. This was cut, but the flare effect and dialogue was left in. This option restores the cutscene and dialogue. Gas bags on Eden Prime. Restored gas bags seen in the prologue of ME1 to their native planet. I have no idea what that's going to do. And this came out later. The Miranda mod. This is basically a kind of like a module to Expanded Galaxy. Miranda, when I did this mod, Miranda was not an option to use in combat once you got her. Now she is. It also... Yep, Miranda ends up being on the Normandy in the conference room, so you can talk to her. Video call from the Normandy. Yeah, you can do it from the Normandy or the Spectre office. Makes it easier not to miss that scene. You know, which causes her to die. You can take Miranda to the Cerberus HQ. Interesting. Fully voiced squad mate role. Extended and enhanced cutscene about the Lazarus Project. And oh, I think I need to bring Miranda on this mission. Okay. You can take Miranda to Novaria, but you have to delay it. Okay. We have Javic's new armor. I've used this before. I like this one. It kind of has like a different look to it. I'll be honest, I was never a huge fan of Javic's armor. I kind of like this. It has like a different cycle look to it. Choose your outfit is simply just when you go to the... Oh, that's right. This isn't needed anymore. Whoops. Well, when you did the casino mission in the Citadel DLC, you could choose what outfit you wanted to take to walk on the red carpet with. I think I didn't I do a joke in that one where I walked down the red carpet like just in like boxers? I think I did that. This is invisible armor pieces. The way that the other mods work, you can put on a chest piece that gives you the entire armor set and bonuses, but you could also put on other parts to give you even more bonuses. We're not doing that. I'm not even sure if I need this then, but beta appearance modification menu. You can remake your face. In ME3, you can remake your face. No headgear for squad mates. I don't think I installed this. I think I downloaded it, but never installed it. Then you have classic armors. This installs the classic armors of Mass Effect 1 into 2 and 3. And then you have casual hubs for 2, which is just walk around in casual wear, like on the Citadel or Omega. And that's it. There were more I thought about, but I'm okay with what's in here. And now that it's been 40 minutes, it took a lot longer than I thought it would. What do you say we start the game? Oops. Turn off the music. Let me make sure that's set back. Yeah. Okay. There you are. I misplaced my shortcut. Oh, okay. I guess I'll explain that when I get to it, which will be like in a minute. Yeah. Is this still broken in OBS? It probably is, right? Where it latches onto the launcher, and the launcher continues to be active, so it doesn't find the game unless I reset the source. That's probably still the case. So I'm most likely going to have to reset the game capture. Which isn't on my Stream Deck, because I really have no reason to turn off the game capture. Yep, it didn't find the game. Hold on. And game? Game? Oh, I think I might know why it's not working. Oh, there it goes. Okay. There we go. You did the hardest boss fight? Benezia. Yes. Have you faced an Asari Commando unit before? Few humans have. Proceeds to open doors. Why is this so loud? Did my audio settings get reset? Nope. Why was that so loud, though? Weird. Anyway.
Welcome to Alliance Military Database. Classified information requested. Establishing secure connection. Secure
Beep, beep,
connection confirmed.
Now, because I don't talk over dialogue in most games, of course I have the dialogue set to be pretty loud just so we can hear it. Dialogue good. Enter, I could do existing. I haven't played my Shepard on stream in Legendary Edition, but I did play through like some of one, I think is my character, off stream. So my character does exist, but I'll just remake him. So yes, I'm doing insane on a new game at level 1. Normally you do it on a new game plus, so this might be a little rough.
Please log in to access your profile.
Do. Oh yeah, there's also the death counter.
Warning,
if I'm playing a game
data corruption detected.
Quiet
Please
you.
reconstruct profile.
If I'm playing a game on the hardest
Confirm
difficulty,
pre-service history.
or a game like Dark Souls, I'm gonna have a death counter. I actually do have a death counter built into the chat, but I decided on this instead. The chat one could be used for like other games. I feel like this is good for games where I'm gonna die a lot. Okay, well, my Shepard is a colonist. My very first Shepard. Now, speaking of that, the idea I had for this playthrough was going to be my very first Shepard. I was going to log in on my Xbox 360. I was going to find the slider settings. What is happening in OBS right now? Hold on. For whatever reason, my audio levels are like lagging. No idea why. Anyway. And I was going to bring up that character. I was going to remake the face, do all the decisions. I was going to play Soldier, which is what my first class was in the game. Unfortunately, that character's gone, and I have no idea where it went. I didn't delete it. And cloud saves were a thing. There's actually still a character on there I made in 2007, right after I made my main character. And even if that was the case, my carried over save file in Mass Effect 2 should also exist, and it doesn't. For some reason, both of them are gone. So my first Shepard is forever gone. Well, that's fine, because now I have a new Shepard. But I did keep the profile stuff. I like Colonist the best.
Confirm psychological profile.
And I like War Hero.
Confirm pre-service
I mentioned before, I
history.
mentioned this several times. Every time I play Mass Effect, I feel like I mention this. Yes, this game has a set background you can pick, but there's still wiggle room. I mean, as a colonist, your parents and friends were killed by aliens. Do you let that affect you and you become like a xenophobic Shepard that hates all aliens? And you become renegade and want to pick a fight, you're angry all the time? Or do you let it motivate you to learn more about the galaxy? To become more of like a protector and make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else and accept the fact that those people that did that were their own people. There are plenty of other aliens out there that are not like that. So I kind of like the wiggle room of these.
Confirm psychological profile.
And since I'm an engineer, I like the idea of a war hero being, rather than holding the line with all my guns like a soldier would, or like a vanguard, you know, with biotic charging. Since I'm an engineer, I can imagine like I fixed up a bunch of like broken tech, like turrets and drones, and just held them off with those until help arrived.
Confirm military specialization.
Now, I'll be honest, I do not like Engineer in 1. I do not like tech abilities in Mass Effect 1. I think they're more realistic in 1. Rather than shooting fire from my hand, you fire these little mini, like, mine things that then affect enemies within them. That, to me, actually makes sense. Like, that actually does make sense, and I like it. For gameplay, though, I don't like it. I find them annoying to use. Yes. Well, most of the time I played this before I started streaming, I would play as a soldier in 1, and then switch in 2 and 3. But I am playing as my new and improved canon version of me as Shepard. So we're taking Engineer, and our bonus ability, we take Sniper Rifle. Not only are sniper rifles very improved in Mass Effect 1 now, but I like them. Am I a good sniper in some games? No. But some games I am. I was never the guy in Call of Duty that could, like, I don't do like the snap aim where you see people like make like circles and then just like snap to one side and hit someone in the head. I can't do that. I use controller, like not keyboard and mouse. I can't do that. I do play Hanzo a lot in Overwatch though, so. But the reason is these make no sense. I am not a biotic. Now, a version of me is, remember Ed Shepard, the Sentinel? He was a biotic because he was experimented on as a kid with his Earthborn origin and was given a crappy L2 implant. Even though the game says L3, Maybe he got it fixed later. I don't know. But he has biotics. Weak biotics, because he's not an adept or a vanguard. But my character is not a biotic. So these make no sense. So my only option is biotics and weapons. So I have a pistol, and pistol is amazing in Mass Effect 1. So which is why I take sniper rifle. It has more range. I think pistol has enough stopping power to be both of these. Maybe not on insane, but we're going sniper rifle.
Facial identification.
Okay, I have a code. What happens if I just do not? Hold on. Oh, it doesn't work that way. Okay. It was like, what if I just type a 1?
Profile reconstruction complete. Confirm facial identification.
So that's all 1s, huh? Oh, now I'm curious. What if I do 2?
Profile reconstruction complete. Confirm facial identification.
Oh, it only does the first. Well, I'm not going to take the time to type that in. All right, let me get my phone here because I took a picture because I'm old. Instead of just screen grabbing it and having a better picture for it, I took a picture of my monitor with my phone. I mean, that works. 3 and 2 dot ggd dot I. Is that a 1 or an I? I have a feeling they don't use I in this because of 1s. No, that is an I. Hold on. Is it? Is that a 1 or an I? I think it's an... Oh, did they use both? Why? They did use both. I see an I, but I also see a 1. That's dumb. I think I forgot about that. Why? Why would you use a 1 and an I in a code? It's hard to tell the difference. 71A. I'm kind of far away from my keyboard. I'm kind of like stretching to do this. EA I think. I can fix it if I have to. 72A. Do FSG. 68J. D76. Nope, that's a 5. 4H8. E65. And 4D. There I am. Now, just so I'm sure that this was the right call, will it let me actually? There we go. If I replace the I with a 1, what does that do? Did that do anything? What did that do? I'm not seeing what it's doing. Hold on, which one is that? That would be in Ed? Gotta figure this out now. Alright, so that's that. Well, that's way down there. It's not in order. That's mouth. Oh no! My true form has been revealed. I am potato. So that might be the dumbest thing I've ever put together for my stream. Look how bad it looks. It's just a potato with a Mass Effect helmet that you got from Legendary Edition, and then a plastic Omni Blade that I got from BioWare's store. I have both of those on my shelf. Not the potato, though. I'm the potato. It's the dumbest thing I think I've put together. And it lasts for like 10 minutes. So thank you. I'm a potato for 10 minutes. As opposed to real life where I'm a potato constantly. Uh-oh. Was that D76? I'm losing my mind here. Come on, potato brain. Yeah. What am I trying to find here? Hair? Nope, that's at the end. Yeah. Getting closer. Okay, it's cheekbone. That's what it does. It's cheekbone. So is it eye or is it 1? Well, right now it's sitting on eye. Oh, there is no 1. Oh no, there is. There's a 1. This is 1. This is eye. Eye's more me. That's an eye. Also, I can't show it on stream. But if you look at the difference between eye and 1, I mean, you can see it down there a little bit. You see how the 1 has a bit of a thing on the top, signifying it's a 1, while the eye has nothing? If I look at my picture, on here, the 7-1A does have a little thing on the top, whereas the IN5 does not. So yeah, that's an eye. Don't do that. If you're making a video game or just something and you use a code like this, don't use both 1 and I, unless you make the I have like the things on the top and the bottom for a capitalized I, just to signify that it's obviously an I and not a 1. Because look at the difference. That's it. There's the difference. Come on.
Profile reconstruction complete. Identification confirmed.
Oh, here we go. Also, hello, Mimicutie. Thank you for giving points to Elden Ring. And also, Mimicutie, thank you for turning me into a potato. I'm going to be trying to drink a lot more water. Yesterday, I barely drank. My voice is still kind of weak from yesterday. I mean, I literally didn't talk. The only time I ever talk is when I'm on stream. So for those 3 weeks where I was kind of like waiting for doctor's appointments and like that medication to kick in, I just didn't say a word. So my voice is like coming out of retirement after 3 weeks of not talking. So it'll get used to it again. So we have Insanity. Auto level up is definitely off. Never, I swear. If I see anybody ever using auto level up in a BioWare game, we're going to have a problem. Because every BioWare game I've ever played, auto level up is awful. Generally.
Kill
awful.
Every last one of them.
That's a good beginning. Potato. But yes, auto level up. You know the worst game that has auto level up I've ever played? KOTOR 1. KOTOR 1 is the epitome of a terrible level up. It's bad. It'll give you abilities like, it'll get, like if you're running like a melee build, which you should, it'll give you abilities like for pistols or something, like no. Or it'll give you abilities that like up your stats a little bit, like your skills. It's bad. Never do it. Auto level up in this game might be passable now, but sponsor.
Oh no, I forgot to turn off the potato when I do this. Well, it's just on top of a potato. Today's stream is sponsored by the Blue Suns, Basilian Verge's top private security organization. Using top-of-the-line Ymir and Loki mix, These mercenaries are the best when it comes to jobs requiring discreetness and ruthless efficiency. Blue Suns, for the good of the galactic community.
Yep, I had a feeling that was going to happen. Potato is not properly set up, so let me go ahead and manually fix that. I did do this late last night, so... Basically, I'm going to have to... I think the best way to do it would be to put the potato into the folder for the regular Shepard. That way it turns off, but when I do the thing, it turns off both of them. Okay, do I want to do this? I might require my teammates' stuff to get past this. One of the things, I don't know the strats. I don't know the strats of Insane. I'm sure there are times in the game where it's like, use this character with this build and you're fine, or these abilities. I don't know. I'm just going to play the game and try to, like, figure it out as I go. That being said, it is handy to have access to all your teammates' abilities. Now, I think I'm going to do, they can use defensive stuff, but I'm going to save their offensive stuff for when I want to use it. It begins. Oh yeah, the community patch settings. Restores the hackable M29 Grizzly in the Port Hanshin garage from Mass Effect 1. The option is currently enabled. Yes, I didn't know this existed until, like, a year ago. I can't do these because they're part of another thing. Yep. Data recovery backtracking allows you to backtrack through Pharos to complete Pharos data recovery after the completion. What's that guy's name? Hassel? I think his name is Hassel, right? It lets you go back and get the data if you missed it. I'll turn that on, but I shouldn't need it. Solarian CSEC officer outfit. The Solarian CSEC officer in the Citadel Control version of the Escape cutscene wears a CSEC uniform. Oh, did they normally not? Was he just wearing, like, nothing? Well, I'm sure he was wearing something. No, he was just a naked Solarian. Confirm your choices from the start of the game. You'll be able to change settings from any time from the pause screen. Yeah.
Well, what about Shepard? He grew up in the colonies.
He knows how tough life can be out there. His parents were killed when slavers attacked Mindwar.
He proved himself during the Blitz. Held off enemy forces on the ground until reinforcements arrived.
He's the only reason Elysium is still standing.
We can't question his courage.
Humanity needs a hero, and Shepard's the best we've got.
I'll make the call.
I'm picturing them saying this with Potato Shepard standing right there. We need a hero, and Shepard's the best we got. It just cuts to Potato Shepard. Is the stream lagging at all? My preview window is kind of jittery. Like, how's it running?
Had to be me. Someone else might have
The
gotten it
Arcturus
wrong.
Prime
Yay,
relays in
Morden's here.
range. Initiating transmission sequence.
Commander?
We are connected. Calculating transit mass and destination. The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector.
Why was that so awkward?
All stations secure for transit.
Yeah, it's me!
Board is green.
Kind of.
Approach run has
The
begun.
best I could do.
Thrusters, check. Navigation, check. Internal emissions sync engaged. All systems online. Drift, just under 1500K.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
Hi, Nihilus.
I hate that guy.
Nihilus gave you a compliment. So you hate him.
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead. So that's incredible. Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having them on board. Call me paranoid.
You're paranoid. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment.
Yeah, that is the official story. But only an idiot believes the official story.
Okay, I need to check something. Why was that transition so slow? The potato shepherd is supposed to disappear when that one reappears, and it was just like lagging horribly. Let me check something here. Let me see. Oh, that might be the why. My CPU is like running at like 90% for some reason. Why? What's eating up so much? What? Why is Firefox eating up more than my game? It has nothing else running that isn't normally running. What? How is it? I've streamed this game like 3 times and never had this problem. Why is it struggling so much? The game itself is only running at 14%. I mean, I kind of need Firefox open because that's how I do this. Why are you struggling so much? Let me try. Let me see if that helps at all. Oh, now it's running at 100%. Why are you running so bad? Aw. Let me see how this runs. Oh, even like the bars and OBS seem to be working a little better now. Ooh, now they're not. What is happening? I'm sure it's not the mods. Like I had most of these mods last time and the game ran fine. Why is OBS like wanting so much more juice? Well, yeah, my CPU just spiked at 100%. What is happening? Why is OBS wanting so much energy? I'm not sure why Firefox wants so much. Generally, when I've checked it last time, it wasn't this bad. What if I turn those two off? That make you happier? That did nothing. Well, what if I do this? That helped a little bit? Not much. That is interesting. Well, we're just gonna have to see how it works. Let me know if things look like laggy or like jittery.
You always expect the worst.
Well, bad feelings are an occupational hazard. But we don't go anywhere unless there's a good reason, so what are we doing here?
Joker, status report.
Just cleared the mass relay, Captain. Stealth systems engaged. Everything looks solid.
Good. Find a comm buoy and link us into the network. I want mission reports relayed back to Alliance Brass before we reach Eden Prime.
Aye, aye, Captain. Better brace yourself, sir. I think Nihilus is headed your way.
He's already here, Lieutenant. Tell Commander Shepard to meet me in the comm room for a debriefing.
You get that, Commander?
I'm on my way.
Is it me or does the Captain always sound a little pissed off?
Only when he's talking to you, Joker.
All right, I actually have an idea. I'm gonna try something here. Let me see. This is probably going to be worse, but let me try. What if I do this and I disable this? That actually might help a lot. Okay.
I'm telling you, I just saw him. He marched by like he was on a mission.
He's a Spectre. They're always on a mission.
And we're getting... Congratulations, Commander. Looks like we had a smooth run. You heading down to see the Captain?
Sounds like you don't trust our Turian guest.
Sorry, Commander. Just having a chat with Adams down at Engineering. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. But you have to admit, something's odd about this mission. The whole crew feels it.
You think the Alliance Brass is holding out on us?
If all we're supposed to do is test out the stealth system, why is Captain Anderson in charge? And then there's Nihilus. Spectres are elite operatives, top covert agents. Why send a Spectre, a Turian Spectre, on a shakedown run? It doesn't add up.
What do you know about the stealth systems?
I just know it masks our location from scans and sensors, cutting-edge technology. The Normandy's the only ship with this prototype drive. But why are we fully staffed? A skeleton crew would be cheaper, less chance of security leaks too. Plus there's Nihilus. It's pretty obvious this shakedown run is just a cover.
Oh yeah, something else I'm going to do in this playthrough I should have mentioned. It has been a long time since I've done a playthrough where I kind of look around. I've played this game so many times, I know where to go. There are whole areas of like planets and like buildings, and then I'm like, oh, there's nothing there. I'm not going to go that way. But maybe I will. Like, I kind of want to look around. Also, codex entries. It has been a while since I've actually gone through the codex. I was actually watching someone stream this a little bit ago, and they were going through the secondary codex, reading them, and they mentioned stuff I completely forgot about. So I'm kind of looking forward to that.
For what?
Damned if I know, Commander. We're out here on false pretenses. I'm not a fan of being left in the dark.
Do you have a problem with the Captain?
No, sir. But I can't figure out what he's doing here. Captain Anderson is one of the most decorated Special Forces officers in the service. If he melted down all his medals, he could make a life-size statue of himself. You don't send a soldier like that on a do-nothing mission. He's treating this shakedown run too seriously. Something big is going on.
You don't trust Nihilus?
I don't like Turians in general. It runs in my family. My grandfather fought in the First Contact War. Lost a lot of friends when the Turians hit us. Yeah,
I don't like Turians. It runs in my family. Like, dude, that's how racism works normally. That's not a valid excuse. Like, yeah, I don't like them. Runs in my family. And that's generally how it works. Yeah, get over it.
That was 30 years ago. You can't blame Nihilus for that.
No, I guess not. But it still makes me nervous to have a Spectre on board, especially a Turian. We're an Alliance vessel, human military, but Nihilus doesn't answer to the Captain like the rest of us. Spectres operate outside the normal chain of command. And they don't come along just to observe shakedown runs. Nihilus looks like he's expecting some heavy action. I don't like it.
I'll see if I can get some answers when I see him.
Good luck, Commander.
Uh-huh. All right, Presley. Look, we all know Presley changes his attitude a bit later. That's good. Kind of comes down to experience. Being in the Alliance, he probably has had little to no contact with aliens, and probably never worked with any. So given some experience, he kind of changes his opinions. It's almost like knowledge helps with that. Alright. Codex. I might as well go through the Codex now because we're not going to get a lot, and as we unlock it, we can do more. That's probably the best thing to do in this case.
Roughly 1,200 years ago, the Turians were...
Okay, for some reason, the voice of this person is very low volume. I don't know why. Like, if you go into my settings, dialogue's at 100. I have sound effects down to 15 because it's so gunshots are so loud in this game. But I don't know why this is so low. Oh well, I'll just have to be quiet.
Roughly 1,200 years ago, the Turians were invited to join the Citadel Council to fulfill the role of galactic peacekeepers. The Turians have the largest fleet in Citadel space, and they make up the single largest portion of the Council's military forces. As their territory and influence has spread, the Turians have come to rely on the Solarians for military intelligence and the Asari for diplomacy. Despite a somewhat colonial attitude towards the rest of the galaxy, the ruling hierarchy understands they would lose more than they would gain if the other two races were ever removed. Turians come from an autocratic society that values discipline and possesses a strong sense of personal and collective honor. There is lingering animosity between Turians and humans over the First Contact War of 2157, which is known as the Relay 314 incident to the Turians. Officially, however, the two species are allies, and they enjoy civil, if cool, diplomatic relations.
So, a few things in here. It doesn't mention it. I guess it'll mention it later. But when the Turians joined the Citadel Council, that was the kind of the turning point to the Krogan Rebellion. They were still losing, but obviously the Turians are like a military civilization, so they do have the largest fleet in Citadel space. You're only allowed to have a certain number of juggernauts or dreadnoughts. They're called dreadnoughts in this, yeah. And I think Turians have the most. Also, that part in the middle there, it mentions that the Turians may or may not have considered getting rid of the Asari or Solarians to make room for more Turians, like more Turian control. But the hierarchy does get that the Asari and Solarians give enough. Like, if they were to get rid of them, they would lose more than they would actually gain. Just because the Solarians are all about science, and the Asari are all about diplomacy. Two things that Turians may not really be into that much. Also, I love the fact that the Turians call it the Relay 314 incident. The humans, the first aliens we ever interacted with, tried to kill us. Because we didn't listen to them, basically. We opened a relay and they were like, don't do that. We're like, no, screw you, we're doing it. And then they fought us. We considered it a war, because it was our first, galactic war with an alien species. It was an incident to them. It kind of shows the difference there.
Humanity's first contact with an alien race occurred in 2157. At that time, the Alliance allowed survey fleets to activate any dormant mass relays discovered, a practice considered dangerous and irresponsible by Council-aligned races. When a Turian patrol discovered a human fleet attempting to activate a relay, they attacked. One human vessel survived, retreating to the colony of Shanxi. The Turians followed, quickly defeating the local forces. Shanxi was occupied, the first and to date only human world to be conquered by an alien species. The Turians believed the handful of ships they defeated represented the bulk of human defenses, so they were unprepared when the Second Fleet, under Admiral Castany Drescher, launched a strong counteroffensive, evicting them from Shanxi. The Turians mobilized for full-scale war, drawing the attention of the rest of the galaxy. The Council quickly intervened, forcing a truce. Fortunately for humanity, the First Contact War was ended with a diplomatic solution.
Oh man, OBS is still like chugging on my end. Hopefully the stream doesn't look abnormal. Because like my OBS is just struggling. Which is the weirdest thing, because last time I streamed this, it was fine. I don't know why. Even the transition of, like, stuff in there was slow when it triggered. Odd.
Humanity's first contact.
Alright. I reset the... Okay. I wish there was a way to pause or stop the reading.
At that time, the Alliance allowed survey fleets to act.
Well, I guess I could do this technically. Basically, humanity was going through the galaxy, what little part they were in, and we're like, hey, let's open up all the relays and see where they go. And Citadel races are like, that's dumb. You know why they think that's dumb? The Rachni. Humanity didn't want to listen to them. They were like, no, we're going to do what we want, Turians. Did you ever... Man, humanity can be stubborn. Did you ever think that maybe the other races that have been out here a lot longer have a reason for not doing that? But they attacked us. They thought that when they destroyed what little ships we had at Shanxi, they were like, oh, humanity sucks. This is probably their homeworld, right? Humanity's dumb. And then all of a sudden a whole fleet comes out and just fights them. Look, don't confuse the situation. We would have gotten destroyed. There are people in the Alliance that are like, oh, the Turians are this big military force, and we actually, like, we lost Shanxi, but we kind of did good fighting them, considering we were way behind them in, like, military technology, probably. We would have been annihilated. The Turians underestimated us, but the amount of stuff the Turians sent to take out our little fleet and then got surprised by the second fleet was probably like less than 1% of what they have. So we would have been destroyed. Luckily, the council was like, Turians, calm down. Well, that's what they're there for, right? The Asari are there for diplomacy. It's like, calm down, we can talk this out. I mean, honestly, if the humans are like any of the Citadel races, they're closest to Turians. Probably. I mean, humanity hasn't been in the galactic civilization, galactic community for a while, and I'm pretty sure by the time 2 comes around, humanity is considered to be like number 2 in fleet power to the Turians. Especially after a lot of the fleets got destroyed by Sovereign.
The Systems Alliance is an independent supranational government representing the interests of humanity as a whole. The Alliance is responsible for the governance and defense of all extrasolar colonies and stations. The Alliance grew out of the various national space programs as a matter of practicality. Sol's planets had been explored and exploited through piecemeal national efforts. The expense of colonizing entire new solar systems could not be met by any one country. With humans knowing that alien contact was inevitable, there was enough political will to jointly fund an international effort. Still, the Alliance was often disregarded by those on Earth until the First Contact War. While the national governments dithered and bickered over who should lead the effort to liberate Shanxi, the Alliance fleet struck decisively. Post-war public approval gave the Alliance the credibility to establish its own parliament and become the galactic face of humanity.
So one might say that the First Contact War is the reason why the Alliance is in the power they're in now. Yeah, because that kind of worked out for him. Like, what if First Contact been with the Asari and was all peaceful? I wonder if that would have been the case. That's all we have for primary right now. I think if you ever want to play this through and go through this stuff, it's best to do it early. Because if you wait until like midway through, there's so much stuff. Personal history summary. Profile. You were raised on Minwar. Oh, no, hold on. We need the right voice for this.
You were raised on Minwar, on the fringes of the Attican Traverse. When you were 16, the colony was raided by slavers. The entire settlement was razed and your family and friends were slaughtered. A passing Alliance patrol rescued you. But all you loved was destroyed. You enlisted with the Alliance military and were posted at Elysium. You were there during the Skillian Blitz, an attack on the colony by a massive coalition of force... Error. Repeating. Coalition force of slavers, crime syndicates, and Batarian warlords. You rallied the civilian inhabitants, leading them in their desperate fight to hold off the invaders. When enemy troops broke through the colony's defenses, you single-handedly held them off and sealed the breach. After hours of brutal fighting, reinforcements finally arrived, and the enemy broke ranks and fled. Because of your actions, Elysium was saved, and you are regarded throughout the universe as a true hero. Shepard wishes the universe. Ooh, a timeline. 2069. Armstrong Outpost at Shackleton Crater becomes the first human settlement on Luna. It is formally founded on July 24th, the 100th anniversary of the first lunar landing. 2103. Lowell City in Eos Chasma becomes the first human settlement on Mars. 2137. Eldfell Ashland Energy Corporation demonstrates helium-3 fuel extraction from the atmosphere of Saturn. 2142. Construction of Gagarin Station, Jump Zero, begins beyond the orbit of Pluto. 2148. Prospectors discover the Prothean ruins at Promethe Planon on Mars. 2149. Translation of Prothean data leads humans to the Chiron Mass Relay. Systems Alliance founded to coordinate exploration and colonization of extrasolar worlds. 2151. A shipping accident at Singapore International Spaceport exposes downwind communities to containers of dust form element 0. Alliance begins construction of Arcturus Station. 2152. Roughly 30% of the children born in Singapore have element 0 exposure, suffer from cancerous growths. Systems Alliance begins settlement of Earth's first extrasolar colony world, the planet Demeter. 2154. Commander Shepard born. 2155. Systems Alliance occupies complete... No, why are you moving slowly? What are you doing? Systems Alliance occupies completed portions of Arcturus Station as a headquarters. 2156. Some children of Singapore exhibit minor telekinetic abilities. 2157. Turians encountered human explorers. First Contact War. Occupation and liberation of the human colony of Shang-Chi. 2158. Humans learn potential of biotics. An international effort to track element 0 exposures begins. Roughly 10% of exposed children show some level of biotic ability. 2160. Systems Alliance Parliament formed. 2165. Humans establish embassy on Citadel. 2170. Batarian slavers attack the Alliance colony of Mindwar. 2176. Skillian Blitz. Pirates and slavers attacked Elysium, the human capital in the Skillian Verge. 2177. Thresher Maws devour the Alliance colony of Akuz. 2178. In retaliation for the Skillian Blitz, an Alliance fleet wipes out an army of slavers on the moon of Torfin. 2183. Current date. Ships and vehicles. Starships. Sensors. Light lag prevents sensing in real time at great distances. A ship firing its thrusters at the Chiron relay will be easily detected from Earth, 5.75 light hours, 6 billion kilometers away. But Earth will only see the event 5 hours and 45 minutes after it occurs. Due to the light speed limit, defenders can't see enemies coming until they have already arrived. Because there is FTL travel and communications, but no FTL sensors, frigates are crucial for scouting and picket duties. Passive sensors are used for long-range detection, while active sensors obtain short-range, high-quality targeting data. Passive sensors include visual, thermographic, and radio detectors that watch and listen for objects in space. A powered ship emits a great deal of energy. The heat of the life support systems, the radiation given off by power plants and electrical equipment, the exhaust of the thrusters. Starships stand out plainly against the near absolute zero background of space. Passive sensors can be used during FTL travel, but incoming data is significantly distorted by the effects of the mass effect envelope and Doppler shift. Active sensors are radars and high-resolution LiDARs, laser detection and ranging, that emit a ping of energy and listen for return signals. LiDARs have a narrowed field of view than radar, but LiDAR resolution allows images of detected objects to be assembled. Active sensors are useless when a ship is moving at FTL speeds.
That's me on a Goose. I do like how all of them are mentioned. Like, Torfin's mentioned as well. So they happened. Shepard just wasn't there, if that wasn't your thing. So we have our personal history. Again, we already went over this in the beginning. It's kind of just a summary of that. This is like a nice timeline. How we discovered biotic ability by accident. There is kind of that debate of whether or not...
stay hydrated.
Oh. There's a debate about whether or not
Shepard,
the Alliance or somebody else deliberately exposed children and pregnant women to Element Zero, like, accidents, quote-unquote accidents, to get more biotic people. So in the future, when they turn, like, 18, they would be able to join the Alliance as a biotic. Now, we have implants, but yeah, Caden talks about that early on. It's quite possible that some of those were on purpose. And remember how it mentioned only 10%? That probably means that the other 90% either got nothing or cancer. That's fun. Now, how do you think that would work today? What if we woke up tomorrow and the news was like, hey, we discovered this new radioactive material that has a 10% chance to make you a superhero? Or a 90% chance. What if it was this? 10% chance to make you a superhero. You don't know what the power is. Instead of being biotics, let's say it's random. It's like the comics. You might get super strength, you might get flight, invisibility, whatever. But 10% chance. Then, out of the remaining 90% chance, let's say there's a 25% chance that nothing happens. Nothing good, nothing bad, just normal. And the rest, the 65% that's left, you get cancer of varying degrees. Would you do it? If someone said 10% chance you develop superpowers, 25% chance nothing happens, 65% chance you get cancer that could be really bad or maybe treatable, depending on how bad it is, would anyone do that? If it was like a 50-50, maybe. If it was like 25% power, 25% nothing, and 50% cancer, like, maybe. Maybe? Probably not, but no, 10%'s too low. Ninja stuff? Okay. And this just talks about sensors. I will admit, some of the hardware and like stuff in this game, like the tech stuff, I don't understand. Like when it mentions light lag, I get what it's trying to say. Like a ship firing its thrusters going towards the Chiron relay can easily be detected from Earth 6 billion kilometers away, but Earth will only see it 5 hours and 45 minutes after it occurs. I think it's a combination of like how fast ships can travel and how fast, like, I don't know. There's FTL travel, but not FTL sensors. Yeah, space is weird. I'm not gonna try to fully understand all of this stuff, especially like the idea of time, like the idea of space travel and what that means by like light traveling and what our sensors can do. The best thing to get from this is, just like in an RTS game, the best thing you can do is scout. Don't just sit there and wait. Because this mentions the fact that we wouldn't see it until they're there, basically. So that's why you need frigates, and you need things like going out there and looking around. Now, I'm not sure what the definition of picket is. I know what it means in Stellaris. When you have a picket system on one of your ships, it's basically an anti-weapons thing. It's like a flat cannon. Or like if missiles are coming in, you have like a type of flat cannon that basically destroys them before they can get past them. The whole purpose is to create like explosions in an area that trigger the missiles before they get to their target. There's also one that also targets other things. It's like more pinpoint accurate. Basically, they're counter weapons. I'm not sure if picket only means that, or if it's just an overall broad term for like protection of some kind. And that's all the stuff for now. Yeah, it's been so long since I played through this game and went through the codex because I assumed I knew everything. No, I've forgotten quite a bit. I might know the stuff about the races in the main codex, but there's going to be a ton of secondary stuff that I'm not going to know, which is why I'm looking forward to this playthrough. And also I'm going to be looking for any codec I can pick up, because I want to read about it, even if I don't fully understand it. Because some of this stuff actually is based on fact. Like, we know stuff about space travel. Like, it's math. We know some of this stuff. Like, if our sun was to explode, we wouldn't know for like what, 7 minutes? Because technically, the light we're receiving is information. Like, we're receiving information on a 7-minute delay. If the sun exploded and we looked into the sky, we would see a normal sun until it wasn't. So I get what it's kind of saying. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's ever mentioned. In this future, how is medical stuff going? Can we cure cancer and other diseases and other things that we can't cure now in this future? I mean, with access to the Citadel and all sorts of new medical stuff, maybe? The problem was back then, with the element 0 exposure causing cancer most of the time, and not superpowers, we hadn't found aliens yet, I don't think. So, or if we did, it was like just then. So we probably didn't have access to all the good stuff yet. We were just going through the codex. I was also trying to see why my OBS is lagging so badly. Like, I've played this game multiple times on stream, but for whatever reason, OBS is like not having fun right now. I might be able to fix that for next time. I currently have the preset of CPU streaming on medium, but I can easily move it to fast or even very fast, and then it'll be like a negligible loss in detail and quality, but it will free up a lot of CPU power. When I play old games like a Final Fantasy game or something, medium works fine. But with a game like this, I should probably turn it back to fast. Basically, it's one of those little gain for like, it cost a lot for such a little gain. I'm pretty sure it's recommended to be on fast or very fast.
I grew up on Eden Prime, Doc. It's not the kind of place Spectres visit. There's something Nihilus isn't telling us about this mission.
That's crazy. The captain's in charge here. He wouldn't take orders from a Spectre.
Not his choice, Doc. Spectres don't answer to anyone. They can do whatever they want. Kill anyone who gets in their way.
Oh, you watch too many spy vids, Jenkins.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Remember that mission in Mass Effect 3? When it's like, let me do it legally. Like, no, Spectres can't do that.
What do you think, Commander? We won't be staying on Eden Prime too long, will we? I'm itching for some real action.
I sincerely hope you're kidding, Corporal. Your real action usually ends with me patching up crew members in the infirmary.
You need to calm down, Corporal. A good soldier stays cool, even under fire.
Sorry, Commander, but this waiting's killing me. I've never been on a mission like this before, not one with a Spectre on board.
Just treat this like every other assignment you've had and everything will work out.
Easy for you to say. You proved yourself in the Blitz. Everybody knows what you can do. This is my big chance. I need to show the brass what I can do.
You're young, Corporal. You have a long career ahead of you. Don't do something stupid to mess it up.
Don't worry, sir. I'm not going to screw this up.
What can you tell me about Nihilus?
Turians are generally well respected by the other species. Their fleet has more patrols protecting Citadel space than any other. They don't always get on well with us, though. Some people find them too rigid. Others still blame them for the First Contact War. As for Nihilus, I haven't said more than 2 words to him. He usually only speaks to the captain.
I hope we get a chance to see him in action. I heard Nihilus took down an entire enemy platoon all by himself.
Oh, Nihilus. There probably never will be. I think it's mostly because what do you do with his voice? If he survived, I kept saying, what if there was one where Ashley dies on Eden Prime and Jenkins lives, so you have a soldier on the team? Jenkins. He's the same class as Ashley. I kind of joked about what if he survived the attack, but somehow had his like vocal cords damaged. He was shot in the neck, and in order to save his life, they had to like basically remove his vocal cords in some way. So that's an excuse why he can't talk the entire game. Or maybe he installs like a thing in his helmet where he can communicate through his Omni tool, where it basically like has like a TTS kind of like feature. Like that could work. That would be an excuse as to why he has no voice actor and instead is just voiced by like a TTS voice. I mean, it's kind of a obviously it's kind of like a workaround, a dumb workaround, but it could work. I mean, his abilities are the same as Ashley, so.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Only what I've heard. Spectre agents work directly for the Citadel Council. They usually work alone or in small groups. Spectres don't have any official power, though. Basically, they're a shadow organization with a mandate to preserve and protect galactic stability.
Protect it at any cost. Don't forget that part. Spectres operate above the law.
Why don't we have any of our own people in there?
Spectres usually come from the Council races, like the Turians. We've been trying to get a human accepted into their ranks for years now. So far, it hasn't happened.
Hey, Commander, you'd make a good Spectre. You're a war hero, right? Held off an entire enemy fleet during the Blitz single-handed? That's the kind of talent the Spectres are looking for.
This is all just wild speculation. The Spectres aren't interested in recruiting humans, no matter how capable.
We'll see about that. Also, notice how she said, mostly the Council races? Think about all the Spectres we met. We didn't meet that many. Saren, Turian. Nihilus, Turian. I never remember the Spectre's name in the Shadow Broker DLC. Asari. Jandam Bao, I think his name was, the Solarian in 3. We've only met Council race Spectres. But from that little throwaway line of almost all of them, does that mean there's like, there might be, who would it be though? Maybe there's a Volus Spectre. Can you imagine if there's a Volus Spectre, an Elcor Spectre? What if we had like a Team Spectre in like the new Mass Effect? We could have a Volus Spectre, an Elcor Spectre, a Hanar Spectre. I mean, there's already Blasto, right? He was exposed to a mass element 0 bullet. Oh boy. We're getting to the magic bullet thing. Well, same term, different meaning. That reminds me of, sorry, spoilers for a movie that's like over 15 years old and terrible. In the Wolverine Origins movie, where it's like, how did Wolverine lose his memory? He was shot by an adamantium bullet that somehow didn't kill him. It simply lodged in the memory part of his brain and took away his memories. But doesn't that mean it's still in there to this day? Like, doesn't that mean he could? Well, no. No. I don't know. I hate that movie. I went to go see that movie in theaters when I was in like high school. That movie's awful. You know, I can't say it's the worst superhero movie in existence. Okay, what is the worst superhero movie anyone's ever seen? I know my answer. Ooh, wait, no, hold on. Okay, worst Marvel superhero movie I've seen. Yeah, I think I know the answer to that. Worst non-Marvel superhero movie. I think I know the answer to that. I think I got it. Worst Marvel superhero movie I have ever seen. I will say I know there is a weird version of a Captain America movie and a Fantastic Four movie. I do not rank those. I don't consider those because they were made on like a shoestring budget and they're not meant to be a blockbuster. Like the guy that played Captain America was like Swedish or something, and he had like muscles built into his suit because he didn't work out for the role. And the Fantastic Four movie, I believe, was made just so they could keep, just so I think it was Fox could keep the rights to Fantastic Four. It was bad. Like it was like really bad costumes and like hammy acting. And I don't count that because it is what it is. You haven't watched any superhero movies besides Spider-Man? Which ones? The late like 90s, early 2000s ones? I guess they were just the early 2000s ones. Or the newer ones. I've seen Spider-Man 1 and 2 from the early 2000s, the Tobey Maguire ones. I have not seen Amazing Spider-Man, either of them. And I have seen all the newer ones. OG 1 and 2. I like them. Okay. I like the new ones too. But I love the first and second one. They're kind of classic. I have not seen the third one because I heard it was just awful and I don't want to see it. It took me years to watch X-Men 3. You know, the bad one. I love X-Men 1 and 2. Especially 2, it's great. And then 3 ruined it. I have seen X-Men 3. I forced myself to watch it. But I have not seen Spider-Man 3. That's on a whole new level. I don't think I'll ever watch it. And yes, do you think it's because Fantastic Four just doesn't make a good movie? Is that possible? I mean, it's possible some things don't make good movies. How many times have they tried? Well, I guess legitimately twice. There was Fantastic Four, there was the Silver Surfer one, that was a sequel to it, and then there was the Fan Four Stick one. That was like 2017, around there somewhere. I watched that one. It isn't great. I don't think it was as bad as everyone says. I've heard it gets like a 1 out of 10, basically. It's like a 3. It's okay.
Be gone, vile man! Be gone from me!
Ninja. I mean, I liked the Silver Surfer. He was cool. And he was voiced by Morpheus. That's cool. Shark. Okay, all right. I actually know what that is. Shark Boy and Lava Girl. I actually know what that is. When I see it, it kind of reminds me of like a spin-off of Spy Kids, which it might be. It has that same look. I haven't seen it. I just know of it. So, my least favorite Marvel superhero movie that I've seen, even worse than X-Men 3, worse than Blade 3, worse than the 2 Fantastic Four movies, well, I guess 3 of them, Elektra. Elektra was so bad, I had a hard time finishing it. I stopped halfway through and then went back to it later. It's really bad. Daredevil's also very bad, but Elektra is a little worse. I can't even tell you what happens in the movie. It's just, there's fights, there's some kid involved, stupid villains that have no name, I don't know. And the worst non-Marvel superhero movie I've ever seen, Steel. Steel, starring Shaquille O'Neal. Technically, it's a DC movie, I guess. But, you should, if you haven't seen it, watch it. Elektra was painful to watch. Steel was funny. In a way that it's not supposed to be. Hi, Julie. Oh, Julie, try at your command. Let's see if the audio works. Because only you can do it. I can't even do it. It's just exclamation point Julie. It only works for you.
Lord Captain.
Lord Captain!
Lord Captain!
Lord Captain!
But why?
Why?
It works. Also, I see you found the potato redeem. Yeah, like Steel is a movie that I can actually watch over and over again. It's just bad. But Elektra is a bad movie that I will never watch again for the rest of my life. I just can't. Real Steel? Isn't that the one with Wolverine? Is that what that is? I never saw it.
You're from Eden Prime, aren't you, Jenkins? What's it like?
It's very peaceful, Commander. They've been real careful with development so you don't have any city noise or pollution. My parents lived on the outskirts of the colony. At night, I used to climb this big hill and stare across the fields back at the lights from the main settlement. It was gorgeous. But when I got older, I realized it was a little too calm and quiet for me. That's why I joined the Alliance. Even Paradise gets boring after a while.
I don't think Julie's talking about the Shepard in game. I think she's talking about the potato Shepard. I think that's the joke. You're right. Well, they both look like me. My Shepard looks like me when I was on keto and physically active. The Shepard that's on the OBS screen on my layout is how I look now. After I stopped keto and stopped being physically active.
Any idea why Eden Prime was chosen as our destination?
Not really sure, Commander. Eden Prime's one of our most stable colonies. Good place to take the Normandy for a shakedown run, I guess. No real danger there. There's gotta be something else going on. We've got a Spectre on board. That's why I'm so wound up. I can't wait for the real mission to start.
The captain's waiting for me.
Goodbye, Commander.
Oh yeah, I just started, but I'm kind of taking my time. We're playing on Insane, so I'm not really, I'm going to take my time and have some fun with the conversations because Insane as an engineer, so. Mostly Paragon. I'm playing as me, so. Alright, nothing to unlock over here. Oh, I got new codex already.
Spectres are agents from the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance, and answer only to the Citadel Council. They are elite military operatives, granted the authority to deal with threats to peace and stability in whatever way they deem necessary. They operate independently or in groups of 2 or 3. Some are empathetic peacekeepers, resolving disputes through diplomacy. Others are cold-blooded assassins, ruthlessly dispatching problem individuals. All get the job done one way or another, often operating outside the bounds of galactic law. The Spectres were founded after the Solarians joined the Council. For many years, they operated in secrecy as backroom problem solvers. Only after the Krogan rebellions did their activities become publicized. Assignment of a Spectre is less contentious than a military deployment, but makes it clear that the Council is concerned about a situation.
So yeah, basically Spectres can do whatever they want. And yes, they were based on STG. The Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Like, that's what I mean, it's literally called Spectres of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance, and STG is like special something. I forget what it stands for. But it's basically based on the Solarian stuff. Secrecy, unless you're a different kind of Spectre. Like it mentions, there are empathetic peacekeeping specters. In other words, Paragon specters. There are also ruthless assassins, renegade specters. It takes both to make the galaxy work, I guess. This is how the game justifies making a bloodthirsty person like Brock Shepard a specter. He could be useful. Point him at an enemy and let him go. Also, Jean-Luc Picard, who likes to talk and is interested in space stuff and archaeology and like lore, and who doesn't really want to fight that much. Why would you make them a specter? They don't fight that much. Because they're good at talking. Yes. Well, you meet Nihilus. Nihilus is a specter. You meet him for like 5 minutes. And then there's also the specter in the Shadow Broker DLC. Let's go through this real quick. Nihilus, Turian Spectre, dies. Saren, Turian Spectre, dies. What's her face? I never remember her name. Asari Spectre in Shadow Broker dies. John Dumbao, Solarian Spectre, can die. Track record with other specters working with us, not good. Or even just coming into contact. Also, mitochondria, the whole mitochondria, isn't that a Parasite Eve thing? I never got to play Parasite Eve. I just know that mitochondria is mentioned. Yes, technically Shepard dies too, so yes. Although now he's exempt. He died once, so we're good now.
Commander Shepard, I was hoping you'd get here first. It will give us a chance to talk.
The captain said he'd meet me here.
He's on his way. I'm interested in this world we're going to, Eden Prime. I've heard it's quite beautiful.
I wouldn't know, since this Shepard is more like me, and I don't go anywhere. I don't go outside. So, wouldn't know.
I've never been there.
But you know of it. It's become something of a symbol for your people, hasn't it? Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies across the galaxy, but also protect them. But how safe is it, really?
Oh, I love that. I love this option. Is that a threat, Turian? No, it's obviously not a threat. But you can take it that way if you want.
Do you know something?
Your people are still newcomers, Shepard. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place. Is the Alliance truly ready for this?
I think it's about time we told the commander what's really going on.
Keith David.
This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run.
Is someone gonna fill me in, Captain?
We're making a covert pickup on Eden Prime. That's why we needed the stealth systems operational.
There must be a reason you didn't tell me about this, sir.
This comes down from the top, Commander. Information strictly on a need-to-know basis. A research team on Eden Prime unearthed some kind of beacon during an excavation. It was Prothean.
I thought the Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago.
Their legacy still remains. The mass relays, the Citadel, our ship drives. It's all based on Prothean technology.
This is big, Shepard. The last time humanity made a discovery like this, it jumped our technology forward 200 years. But Eden Prime doesn't have the facilities to handle something like this. We need to bring the beacon back to the Citadel for proper study.
Obviously, this goes beyond mere human interests, Commander. This discovery could affect every species in Council space.
One of our first opportunities to be a spacist person. Why did we tell the aliens about it? This should be ours. We should keep it for ourselves. It's on a human planet. But Shepard, there are regulations about this. It is illegal. It's illegal to withhold Prothean technology from the rest of the Citadel races. Yeah, is it illegal, Asari? I'll remember that. It was a threat. I mean, he could be testing us to see how we react. And it could go either way. Is he expecting, if he wants a renegade Shepard to be a good, like, action-y Spectre, he might be happy that Shepard responds with, like, is that a threat? You want to fight me? That could be a good thing. But if I respond in a more diplomatic way, he might be like, oh, cool, we could use like a level-headed Spectre to kind of balance out some of the others. Hello? Why is that so delayed? The potato shepherd's supposed to disappear when that poof happens. Why is it not working? It was working yesterday. Of course it was. He's also the Arbiter in Halo. He is also Spawn in the HBO animated series. He also plays himself in Saints Row 4. What else? What else is he in? Oh, well, he's in The Thing. I normally don't like horror movies. I really don't like watching horror movies. They're not my thing. I love The Thing. Out of like every horror movie I've ever been forced to watch, alien movies are okay, Predator movies are fine, but I'm talking about just like a straight up like horror movie. Of course it's a space movie. Of course it's about like alien stuff. That's probably why I like it. But it's so well done. No, we're not hitting that. Well, you know what? I'll take the help.
It never hurts to have a few extra hands on board.
The beacon's not the only reason I'm here, Shepard.
Nihilus wants to see you in action, Commander. He's here to evaluate you.
What's going on, Captain?
The Alliance has been pushing for this for a long time. Humanity wants a larger role in shaping interstellar policy. We want more say with the Citadel Council. The Spectres represent the Council's power and authority. If they accept a human into their ranks, it shows how far the Alliance has come.
You held off an enemy assault during the Blitz single-handed. You showed not only courage, but also incredible skill. That's why I put your name forward as a candidate for the Spectres.
Yeah, Nihilus says that, and then cut to me dying over and over again on Insane. Incredibly skilled. Blech. Oh, also, there's a video. I don't know what it's from. It's on YouTube. I don't know what it's from. But Keith David's in an interview of some kind, and he's kind of like showcasing his range of his voice, and he does all his different characters, and they're all the same voice. That's the joke. I'm pretty sure it's like one of those things where he's playing dumb, and he's like, here's my range, here's this character, here's the Arbiter from Halo, here's Commander Anders. It's like, the joke is his voice is very what, I mean, when you have a voice like that, that's fine. If you have one good voice, like one really good voice, you're gonna be cast as you. You don't cast someone like Keith David to do a different voice other than Keith David. That's just how that works. What's the next step?
Just tell me what I have to do.
I need to see your skills for myself, Commander. Eden Prime will be the first of several missions together.
You'll be in charge of the ground team. Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nihilus will accompany you to observe the mission.
What do you know about the Protheans?
Just what they taught us in school. They were a technologically advanced species that ruled the galaxy 50,000 years ago. Then they vanished. Nobody really knows how or why, though I've heard plenty of theories. But everyone agrees, galactic civilization wouldn't exist without them.
Their citadel is the very heart of galactic society, and without their mass relays, interstellar travel would be impossible. We all owe the Protheans a great debt.
I hope they're not jerks if I ever meet one. The cat was a Spectre. Was that a lie? I don't think he ever was a Spectre. It's weird. Some people say he was a Spectre and failed. Others say, including him, that he was like up for being a Spectre. He was being evaluated to be the first human Spectre and failed. I don't think he ever was one. That's actually one of the books. That part is towards the end, I think. Like the whole mission with Saren, that Saren kind of like does, you know, he Sarens it, and then Captain Anderson gets the blame. That's in the book. Yeah, like basically the Alliance and Captain Anderson. Well, he wasn't a captain, I don't think. Anderson was onto something, he was onto something. He was like hunting down a lead of some kind. And it involved Batarians, I think. Of course it involved Batarians. Why wouldn't it? And he goes to the council, And the council's like, hey, we want to handle this. We'll send a Spectre. And I think it was like a, hey, we started this. We're going to finish it. Like, okay, we'll compromise. We'll send your best guy with our best guy. Saren the Spectre. And then, of course, Saren exploded the place and blamed it on Anderson, and Anderson wasn't made a Spectre. There are 2 books with Anderson as the hero, basically the main character, that take place before Mass Effect 1. There is a book that takes place between, I want to say it's 2 and 3. I think it's either 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. And then there's a book that takes place somewhere. That book's not canon, though. The last book in the series that takes place in like Mass Effect trilogy land is no longer canon because the writer didn't know what they were doing. And there's a bunch of like inconsistencies in it. I haven't read it. So then there are 3 Andromeda books. There's a book, or was it only 2? No, there's 3. There's a book about Cora and how she trained with the Sari before the game. There's a book about how the rebellion that took place in Andromeda before the game starts. And there's also a book about the Quarian Arc. I think that's... And there's also comic series.
I'd like to know more about Eden Prime before we touch down.
It's a peaceful farming world, but it represents something much bigger. Eden Prime is one of our oldest and most successful colonies. It proved we were ready to face the challenges of settling new worlds, to forge a place for humanity beyond Earth. It symbolizes humanity's growth and evolution as a spacefaring species. And after this, it will be known as the world where humans made a discovery of galactic importance.
Oh, that reminds me. I was trying to do a Stellaris playthrough where I made all the Mass Effect species and like all of the civilizations with like vanilla, mostly vanilla Stellaris settings. I did the best I could. And I actually made the Protheans. I did like a what-if scenario. Like, what if the Protheans survived more than you thought, and Javik was just their leader? And I had Eden Prime as their home base. I made a planet called Eden Prime and, like, gave it to them. It's like, what if more than just Javik survived, and then you have to deal with, like, a bunch of Protheans? And I made them jerks. I made them, like, fanatic militarists. Andromeda is fun to play, but not for story. I mentioned this before, but like a barometer of like how I'm liking a game and how it's really not for me or maybe not done that well is I'm playing through the story and halfway through I go, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Why am I here? Like, how did I get here? What am I working towards? And all the answers were like, I don't know. It's like that. If you can get to a part of the story and describe the trail of like the dots that got you there, then good. You not only are paying attention, but it gets written well enough that you remember and it makes sense. In Andromeda, I was kind of like, I don't know, I'm just playing. I also describe Andromeda as the opposite of Mass Effect Trilogy, where in Mass Effect, I was never a super huge fan of the combat. It was always about the story to me, the dialogue, the cutscenes, the dialogue choices. So in Mass Effect, it was like, hey, cool, combat. I mean, I guess that's fine. It's okay. And you're fighting towards the next cutscene, the next conversation, the next character. It's like, yeah, characters. So like it's like, you know, you're going through the combat like, yeah, this is fine. And then you're all hyped up for like, ooh, dialogue. Conversation. Andromeda is the reverse. Like, yeah, combat. This is really fun. No, conversation. It's the reverse of it.
Why is this beacon so important?
All advanced galactic civilization is based on Prothean technology. Even yours.
If we hadn't discovered those Prothean ruins buried on Mars, we'd still be stuck on Earth. That was just a small data cache. Who knows what we can learn from this beacon? What if it's a weapons archive? We can't let it fall into the wrong hands.
Like who?
The Attican Traverse isn't the most stable sector of Citadel space. There are plenty of raiders and criminal groups active in the region. They might figure a Prothean beacon is worth the risk of attacking an Alliance ship. Plus, Eden Prime is right on the border of the Terminus systems.
The Attican Traverse is under Citadel protection. If the Terminus systems attack, it's an act of war.
Technically, yes. But some of the species in the Terminus might be willing to start a war over this.
The last thing the Council wants is to get dragged into a major conflict with the Terminus systems. We have to keep this low-key.
Just give the word, Captain.
We should be getting close to Eden.
Captain, we got a problem.
What's wrong, Joker?
Transmission from Eden Prime, sir. You better see this.
Bring it up on screen.
Get down!
We are under attack, taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't get evac. They came out of nowhere. We need...
Everything cuts out after that. No comm traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing.
Reverse and hold at 38.5. Status report.
17 minutes out, Captain. No other Alliance ships in the area.
Take us in, Joker, fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move quickly, without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure the beacon.
Grab your gear and meet us in the cargo hold. Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You're going in.
What a cool design. Like the initial look of a Reaper. It looks like a big hand. For all you know, it's like a giant neck. And that's just the hand you're seeing. Obviously doesn't work out that way. But I love how like vague it is. You can't tell what you're looking at.
Your team's the muscle in this operation, Commander. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site.
What about survivors, Captain?
Helping survivors is a secondary objective. The beacon's your top priority.
Approaching drop point 1.
Nihilus, you're coming with us?
I move faster on my own.
Nihilus will scout out ahead. He'll feed you status reports throughout the mission. Otherwise, I want radio silence.
Oh yeah, Greedfall. I've heard Greedfall is like that. Who company makes Greedfall? I was gonna say Obsidian, because Obsidian always seems to make like BioWare-esque games. I'm not sure if it was them though. But like something like Outer Worlds. Obsidian. Actually, if you're looking at that, if you like something like Baldur's Gate, like if you like a PC RPG that's like point and click, you move that way, and you have a lot of abilities and stats and stuff, I have a game on my to play list called Tyranny. Oh, it's spiders. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. If Obsidian is kind of like, I don't want to insult Obsidian. I like a lot of their stuff, but just from the viewpoint of the amount of people they have to work on a game and their budget, both of which are significantly lower than BioWare, Obsidian is kind of like a step down from BioWare. It's like I don't want to say, I'm not going to say store. What's in between like name brand and store brand? You know what I mean? And there's like a middle ground there. And then you have Spiders, which is like store brand BioWare. Spiders make stuff like Technomancer, which is like Outer Worlds kind of, which is like a Mass Effect or Fallout kind of thing. Like that Fallout's Bethesda, but yeah, like there's like it's like name brand and then like off brand, which isn't bad, but it's like in between, and then you have store brand. Yeah. You have Coca-Cola, you have a Sam's Cola, and then you have like Great Value Cola. Even lower, like, you know what I mean? Like even lower than that. Again, no wow, brain, please. No insult intended. It's just that BioWare, backed by EA, has so many more people and so much more money to make games. And Obsidian is like the next step down on that. And then Spiders is like the next step down on that. That's kind of funny, because I've played like all three of their games. For Spiders, I played Mars Warlogs, I played Technomancer. I think I played another one of their games somewhere in that like 360 era. and Obsidian, of course, I've played Alpha Protocol, I played Outer Worlds, I also played KOTOR 2, which is technically Obsidian, even though it keeps a lot of the stuff BioWare put into place. We got his back.
We've got his back, Captain.
The mission's yours now, Shepard. Good luck.
We are approaching drop point 2.
Time for combat. 2 hours into the stream. I like taking my time with this game, though.
Ship perimeter secure, Commander.
Let's go! So I did mention I was going to look around more.
This place got hit hard, Commander. Hostiles everywhere. Keep your guard up.
Whenever I play a game that I've played so many times, I just go from point A to point B. I never really think about it, because I just know where I'm going. But it's been so long since I played Mass Effect, and I actually have not done this in Legendary Edition, where I just stop and look. Like, when's the last time I did this? I turned around and looked over here. Oop. Just never mind that. Go to photo mode. Oh, hello, blurry. You know, let's flip to our sniper rifle here. Yeah, we got, like, some farmland. It's not great looking, but it'll suffice, I guess. Also, how it's, like, kind of like raining ash because of all the fires going on. It's just, like, leaves on fire.
What the hell are those?
Gas bags. Don't worry, they're harmless.
Harmless, eh? Nah, I'm not gonna shoot him. Oh, Starfield has been on my wish list forever. I'm definitely waiting for that. But I have purposely not paid attention to its development. I know very little about Starfield. I just know I want it. From what little I know about it, I am purposely avoiding watching videos and stuff about it because I want to be surprised. But I just know that it's my kind of game.
Oh God, what happened here?
Ugh. Oh, we can also do this real quick. We have points, which of course you know where my points are going. Look, I know I'm playing on Insane, and I should really put my first points into combat, but I can't help myself. Caden. I don't know Insane builds. I'm sure there are guys that are like, have Caden's first points go into this and this. It'll help you survive Eden Prime more. I don't know that. So I'm just going to play how I kind of think I should play. Although for my teammates, I probably should do certain things. Like barrier. Giving them level 1 barrier is probably a good thing to do on Insane. Oh yeah, sniper rifles in Legendary are great. Sniper rifles in original Mass Effect are poopy. Lift is also very good. I kind of want to work towards Lift. But I could get a free first aid right now. I'll work towards Lift. Good crowd control. Also in Mass Effect 1, biotics works on enemies that have shields, which is kind of broken. I think it works, right? Most of the time. I've never actually played as an adept. So I don't remember. I'm pretty sure, unlike 2 and 3 on Insane, more enemies are susceptible to stuff like throw and lift and singularity. In Mass Effect 2 and 3 on Insane, every enemy has like armor and barriers and shields. That stuff doesn't work on them very well. You have to strip them of that first. I'm an engineer, so I can do that. Jenkins did okay. But you forgot to give Jenkins abilities. This could be a prime spot for an ambush. Jenkins, you go first. Jenkins, no! One day Jenkins will survive that.
Ripped right through his shields. Never had a chance.
So there's something interesting here. If you can obviously interact with Jenkins' body, and you can do these. This gives you Paragon, this is nothing, this is Renegade. Did you know that if you actually don't interact with his body and just keep going, you get Renegade points? I did it by accident one time. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to talk Jenkins' body. And before I could turn around, I got like 2 Renegade points because I ignored his body.
We'll see that he receives a proper service once the mission is complete. But I need you to stay focused.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yeah, you know how we talk about plot armor? Where characters can take way too many hits sometimes just for the sake of like plot and how what's happening? Why was Jenkins killed so easily when every other time we fight those, it hits our shields? He comments that it ripped right through his shields, not our shields. Why only his? Maybe we adapt immediately. Maybe we don't know Geth weaponry, since we haven't seen it in like 200 years. So maybe we're like, oh, it has like this kind of thing. So now we're like, okay, let's switch our shields to this frequency, and now we can block it. Maybe I'm fishing for ideas here. I'm trying to have it make sense. Kind of like a Borg thing where the adaptability, the first shot gets through, but the rest doesn't. Oh, it's more farmland. Oh, pipeline. Can't believe you let Jenkins die. I mean... Wait, do you not go to his body? Do you just keep walking? Then I guess you got some Renegade points. Even this part of the game is easier than it used to be on Insane.
A lot of bodies. I'm gonna check it out. I'll try to catch up with you at the dig site.
Yeah, about this game, I feel like I have to talk about this since I'm playing on Insane especially. On Insane, in original Mass Effect, the sniper rifle was pretty bad early on. Because you'd zoom in and it'd be like this. Right, it's just like, and then it would like kind of like slowly get down to like this. And then you'd shoot, and then it's just like, everywhere. There's no reloading in this game. I keep hitting X to reload. Oops. Now, I feel like this game did not rebalance itself. The game was balanced in the fact that the sniper rifles are ridiculously powerful, but they're hard to use. Now, they're super easy to use. I mean, look at this. There's like no sway, barely any recoil. And this early in the game, you can use it without training, and it actually kind of works. In original, without training, it was unusable almost. They didn't rebalance the game. They made the sniper rifle as powerful as it used to be, but it's so easy to use now that it's just like, it's just kind of easy mode now. I'm not sure if that was intentional or just kind of an oversight. Like, I would say the rebalance should be make it weaker. It's still good, but make it weaker. I'm one-shotting the first enemies on Insane with it, with no points in it. You could do that in the original probably, but it was a lot harder to make the shot. Can I see them from here? Nope. All right, look out, Mr. Gasbag. Get out of here. I don't want to kill you. Run. No, the gas bags are nice. And what if we get the alternate ending where we all die? What if the gas bags save the galaxy in the next cycle? What if in the next cycle it's like gas bags and Yogg? And Varen. The Varen become like sentient. Well, intelligent. I guess they're already sentient. I did it again.
Thanks for your help, Commander. I didn't think I was going to make it.
I'm going to have no grenades. I never use them anyway.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, sir?
Now, typical of earlier BioWare games, if I'm too nice to Ashley, she thinks I'm trying to romance her. I'm not. So I legitimately have to be more neutral towards her and less nice to her, just so she won't think I'm romancing her. I hate that about Mass Effect 1. Some of the earlier BioWare games, like or Dragon Age is kind of like that too. If you're just nice to someone, it's like romance confirmed. In my original playthrough, I romanced Ashley, and then Tali again. But I actually replayed Mass Effect 1 and 2 before 3 came out, and only did one change. I did not romance Ashley. So I could romance only Tali. So no romance in 1, and then 2 Tali, then 3 Tali. I was thinking about maybe making a change in my playthrough, where I just like to kind of like have a callback to my original Shepard, romancing Ashley in this one, and then Tali in 2 and 3. And seeing what the difference in dialogue is. I've actually never romanced Miranda. There's a lot of romances I haven't done, because I just do the same ones.
Give me a status report, Williams.
Oh man. We were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since.
Where's the rest of your squad?
We tried to double back to the beacon, but we walked into an ambush. I don't think any of the others... I think I'm the only one left.
You can be such a jerk to Ashley so early. I feel like with Kaidan, like when you do like Kaidan stuff, especially if you're FemShep and you can talk to Kaidan early, get like that extra conversation, the early one. There's so many opportunities to be mean to Ashley, but not really with Kaidan. Maybe a little stern with Kaidan, but like with Ashley, it's just like, you suck.
Any idea what kind of enemy we're facing?
I think they're Geth.
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
They must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
We could use your help, Williams.
Aye, aye, sir. It's time for payback.
What else do you know about the Geth?
Just what I remember from history class back in school. They're synthetics, non-organic life forms with limited AI programming, created by the Quarians a few centuries ago. They were supposed to be a source of cheap labor, but ended up turning on the Quarians and drove them into exile. Well, after that, they just kind of disappeared behind the Perseus Veil. Nobody's really heard much from them since.
Notice how the first time you hear about the Quarians and Geth, it's, oh, the Quarians made the Geth, and then the Geth rebelled and killed them and put them into, exile. Yeah, they left out the part where the Quarians tried to kill the Geth first because they were becoming sentient. Makes me wonder, Is that what the galaxy teaches? Is that part of history not told? Just because they're inorganics and don't deserve it? Does history class say that the Quarians made the Geth as cheap labor, but then the Geth turned on them and slaughtered them and drove them into exile and took their planet? Or does it actually say that the Quarians made the Geth became self-aware, the Quarians tried to kill them, and the Geth fought back in defense of their lives? And instead of actually destroying the Quarians, once they drove the Quarians from the home system, they stopped chasing them. Is that, and then, but Ashley's Ashley, and she's just like, they're robots. I don't care about that part. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's her personality. Is that what they taught in Earth schools? Did we leave out the part where the Geth were wronged? Or is it just because of Ashley's perspective? They're robots. They're not real. They're not alive. Who cares if they rebelled? Well, who cares if the Quarians tried to kill them first? They would have rebelled eventually. That kind of mindset. I wonder if that's what they teach, or is that just her viewpoint on it?
Tell me everything you know about the beacon.
They were doing some digging out here to extend the monorail and expand the colony. A few weeks ago, they unearthed some Prothean ruins, and the beacon. Suddenly, every scientific expert in the colony was interested. That's when they brought us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself, but I heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
What happened to the researchers at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
Now, obviously, if we ever discovered alien stuff on Mars or the moon, it would be amazing. If we discovered, like, advanced civilizations from a long time ago and got their tech and started learning how to... Obviously, that's good. The moment in the Mass Effect universe we discovered the stuff on Mars, awesome. And the relay, also awesome. But can you imagine this if we discovered this? Like, alien stuff is already known. We know Prothean stuff is super cool. And then on a random planet in the Attican Traverse that the humans are colonizing, they find a Prothean beacon intact. That'd be such a cool thing to see. Like, the last time we discovered Prothean stuff, it gave us a huge advantage.
Describe what happened leading up to the attack.
We were sent out a couple of nights ago from the main colony to secure the area. Seemed like a routine patrol, until the Geth hit us. We never knew they were coming.
Have you seen a Turian Spectre around here?
There aren't any Turians on Eden Prime, none that I've ever met. Not sure I'd be able to tell if one was a Spectre anyway.
If you saw this guy, you'd know. Carries enough firepower to wipe out a whole platoon. Luckily, he's on our side.
Sorry, like I said, no Turians.
Move out.
And Ashley would notice a non-human. I mean, I like to joke about how Ashley's Ashley.
Shepard!
When she said she didn't see a non-human on Eden Prime, I believe her, because she would have noticed.
The beacon's at the far end of this trench.
Ooh, stuff. Alright, hydrate, which I should be doing more. Also, you know what? Screw my posture. Right, Scandy, make me. What if I told you I'm ignoring your posture check and I'm still like a Krogan right now with a big hump? What are you gonna do about it? There's no renegade hydrate to punish me. I need to bring that back. I want more than just tea, though. The tea thing was because it was keto-friendly. No longer on keto. Oh, I'm a potato. But I can do other stuff. I could do, like, grapefruit juice or something. Like, it's healthy, but also tastes bad. Like, no sugar-added grapefruit juice, just blah. Or, like, a healthy smoothie or something. By the way, I have abilities that I could be using. I just don't use them. Because they never work for me. Like, the way you have to aim the mine thing, I miss all the time. I did it again. Well, I'm down to 2 grenades. There's no reloading in this game. Hello. Contrary to what the game tries to tell us, we have the superior guns in Mass Effect 1 that require no ammo. I know there is no ammo in 2 and 3, but it might as well be. It's like, hey, our gun has like basically unlimited ammo in the form of like a block of metal, but we don't have the heat thing, so we can't shoot. Like that. Okay.
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
By who? Our side or the Geth?
Hard to say. Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
You think anyone got out of here alive?
If they were lucky. Maybe hiding up in the camp. It's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps.
Okay.
Change of plans, Shepard. There's a small space.
Again, I'm just looking around a little bit.
I want to check it out. I'll wait for you there.
Just seeing if there's anything I'd never noticed before. Oh yeah, also not only do we have Potato Shepard, it's also in emote form. It looks so bad. I messaged people last night like, this might be the worst thing I've ever put together. Potato Shepard. It's so dumb. Like, I have no artistic ability. Whenever I make stuff like that, all I can do is just like take pieces of a picture or take pictures myself and cut out the background and just put them together in that way. That's all it is. It's just a potato with a picture of a helmet and a thing that I have, and that's all it is. It's just like the Moogle hat that I have. It's just a picture of the Moogle hat that I have. That's it. It's a real hat. You have my avatar that's like, you know, obviously drawn, and then you have a real Moogle hat. It's all I can do. It's all I can do. All right, we have points in charm. This is where we can actually put some points into survivability. Look, we are squishy human. We are squishy human engineer. We need survivability. But all I can do is just basic armor. Which is fine. I need to put points in pistol anyway. So we're going to do pistol until we get to basic armor. Then we're gonna try to get to that. Now, I really don't know the abilities as an engineer that well in 1. I know them in 2 and 3, but not 1. Increase the amount of Omnigel recovered. Lets you use the decryption skill to open secure objects. Grants the sabotage ability, which shuts down enemy weapons. Can use decryption. Okay. Does 50 damage in a radius. Overheats enemy weapons. Burns them for 2 damage per second. So damage over time. Initial damage. Damage over time. And the weapons can't fire for a bit. Hacking. Recharges your tech proximity mines more quickly. Grants the AI hacking ability, which this is powerful. Do you know how powerful hacking is in this game? This game is like 80% Geth. This is good. In Mass Effect 2, not so much. Or 3. But AI hacking is ridiculously powerful in 1 because most of the enemies you fight are robots. So I want that too. Increases the strength of your shield, which is very important. Increases the amount of hull restored. Who cares about that? Lets you use electronics. Does 50 damage. Does 200 damage to enemy shields. And makes them 20% more vulnerable. Something that it doesn't do in 2 and 3. Since we're going for like more defensive stuff first, I am going to go for hacking. Just to make fights against the Geth a little more trivial. Which means I need to put points in sabotage. Or decryption. For sabotage. So we'll do that. It might have been better to take this. Because it's another ability I can use. Probably should have taken that. Here, undo talent points. Do that for first aid. What's engineer do? Reduces recharge time on all my stuff. Increases tech protection. Okay. Well, let's work towards basic armor and hacking. Gaiden! Probably should do more barrier. But I also want lift, so we'll do 2 points in throw. Stasis in this game is kind of bleh, because you can't hurt them when they're stasis, unless you take the right prestige class, which Caden can't do. So, I don't want stasis. But maybe electronics for more shield, get to that eventually. Ashley. Fitness. Immunity means no die. Although it's been nerfed in this game. Immunity used to last for so long. If with the right build in the original Mass Effect 1, you could actually pop immunity when immunity was done. So you could just keep using it. It's kind of broken. And I believe Soldier gives you more health. Yep. Let's do Adrenaline Burst. Keep working towards fitness. We'll also do armor for shield boost. Soldier for some more health. And we'll start putting points on Assault Rifle, because Assault Rifle in this game is pretty ridiculous. So we'll do that. Also save the game. Wow, look how good I am. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours and I have no deaths. Pay no attention to the fact that I've only been in combat for like 5 minutes.
Looks like they hit the camp hard.
It's a good place for an ambush. Keep your guard up.
God, these things are so creepy.
Oh God, they're still alive.
What did the Geth do to them?
Yep, keep running back and forth. That works for me. Be my shield, teammates. Okay. Okay, no, they caught on. He caught on. Alright, now I did it again. I will stop doing that eventually. So, the husks in Mass Effect 1 are kind of dumb. They just run in a circle and sometimes do like a AoE attack on you. I like the husks in 2 and 3 way better because they made them kind of a threat by numbers. They're just zombies in 2 and 3, but they're creepy. And I think on Insane, they're actually kind of a threat. Although I'd still say that human husks are boring. Turians are turned into marauders that give people shields and have a gun and shields themselves. And the Batarians get turned into cannibals that eat each other for armor and things like that. Humans are just zombies. Why are we the lame ones? Humans are supposed to be the chosen one for the Reapers up until the end of 2, I guess. Until they change the storyline. But why did they make human Reaper people so boring and lame? We don't even have a weapon. It kind of makes me feel like they didn't know what they were doing ahead of time. What big surprise. And when they introduced like all the Reaper enemies that are cool and pretty powerful, they were like, oh yeah, we kind of made humans lame, didn't we?
That door, it's closed. Security lock's engaged.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so delayed. I gotta fix that.
Humans, thank the Maker.
Hurry, close the door before they come back.
Don't worry, we'll protect you.
Thank you. I think we'll be okay now. It looks like everyone's gone.
You're Dr. Warren, the one in charge of the excavation. Do you know what happened to the beacon?
It was moved to the spaceport this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to help pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide. They gave their lives to save us.
No one is saved. The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
What else can you tell me about the attack?
It all happened so fast. 1 second we were gathering up our equipment, the next we were hiding in the shed while the Geth swarmed over the camp.
Agents of the Destroyers, bringers of darkness, heralds of our extinction.
We could hear the battle outside, gunfire, screams. I thought it would never end. Then everything went quiet. We just sat there, too afraid to move, until you came along.
Did you notice a Turian in the area?
I saw him, the Prophet, leader of the enemy. He was here before the attack. That's impossible. Nihilus was with us in the Normandy before the attack. He couldn't have been here.
I'm sorry, Manuel's still a bit unsettled. We haven't seen your Turian. We've been hiding in here since the attack.
Can you tell me anything about the beacon?
It's some type of data module from a galaxy-wide communications network, remarkably well preserved. It could be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetime. Miraculous new technologies, groundbreaking medical advances. Who knows what secrets are locked inside?
We have unearthed the heart of evil, awakened the beast, unleashed the darkness.
Manuel, please, this isn't the time.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No hope? No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack.
So, some of the renegade stuff you can do in this series is, I would say, like, kind of in the category of, like, badassery. And some of it's just, what are you doing? Like, you just punch him in the face and knock him. Like, no. Like, that is not, like, badass Marine. That is just, like, criminal. Mass Effect 1 has some dumb stuff in it.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
You can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. Night is falling. The darkness of eternity.
Hush, Manuel. Go lie down. You'll feel better once the medication kicks in.
Do they ever talk about how Manuel knows all this? He's right. I mean, he's talking like he knows what Sovereign is and what it means. But why does he know?
Yes? Is there something you need?
We better get moving.
Good luck, Commander.
Luck won't save you. You're wasting your time. The age of humanity is over. Our extinction is inevitable.
Manuel, I need to ask you something.
It's probably best if you just leave him alone.
I don't have time for this.
Time? Our time is over.
Also, I'm pretty sure he's mentioned in Mass Effect 2 or 3, right? By name? I think it's in 3. I don't remember, though. Alright, we didn't miss anything. Oh, upgrade kit. I need all the help I can get. Speaking of which, we have to go through our equipment, which means it's time for item management.
Can it wait for a bit? I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
Pistol. I will do that. Do we have any upgrades for the pistol? Hammerhead rounds, 20% force, phasic rounds, shield bypass, less damage. I'll put that on the pistol. And that on the sniper rifle. Nothing for that. Caden, you get the leftovers. Leftover pistol, it does more damage. I'm pretty sure your teammates' weapons never overheat. So I think damage is probably the most important thing. Oh, hold on though. We gotta be careful here. Because of the mod I have installed, weapons work differently now. You don't know how a weapon is gonna work until you use it. So before I give him anything, how does this sniper rifle work? Alright, it's just a Mantis. It's a variation on the Mantis, it even looks like it. Okay, good. But the pistol. A Predator pistol. That's also fine. However, what does this pistol look like? Also Predator pistol, kind of. Is that a shuriken? It almost looks like a shuriken. It is a shuriken! Except not as bad. I did it again. Well, we're out of grenade. We're almost out of grenades. I'm getting there. My goal to get rid of all grenades has almost been fulfilled. Damage per second. Accuracy. Yeah, we'll go with that. Since I'm curious, I'm going to equip... What does the Avenger look like? The Avenger is just the Avenger. The Banshee is the Vindicator, which means it is a 3 burst. Yep. Now, again, the mod may have made some weapons better, but I didn't want to make the game easier on Insane. However, if some weapons have an increased fire rate or increased accuracy, they've actually lowered the damage it does to kind of compensate. So it's still like, there's like no super duper gun. Wait, what is... Hold on. The Avenger's the Avenger. The Banshee was the Vindicator. The Lancer was just a Lancer. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be kind of fun going through the weapons because we don't know what they are. We don't know what they're supposed to be based on. How about the shotgun? I'm assuming it's just a katana. Actually, that looks like a... Doesn't that look like the scimitar? I think it's hard to tell. Oh yeah, it's this. I think it's the scimitar. It shoots faster. It shoots faster. But they probably lowered the damage on it to compensate. Yeah, I think for a shotgun that's pretty weak. What's a hurricane? Oh, it's a piranha. Oh no. Yeah. Piranha in Mass Effect 1. That's pretty good. That'll be fun to put on someone like Rex. Although I wonder, since this is modded, I wonder if the AI is smart enough to make the character shoot it as fast as possible. Or if it's going to be like the normal rate of fire. I wonder if they actually, if the mod is good enough to replace the AI coding. So if I give this to like Rex, is he smart enough to hold down the trigger? Or is he going to shoot it like a normal shotgun that's just like... Guess we'll find out. No, not cover. Fire. So Saren should look a little different here. He has less implants.
Saren?
Like his armor, yeah, his armor just looks like more armor, less implants. Yep.
Nihilus. This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
He looks less evil.
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
Oh, it's a Carnifex. That's going to explode his head. Oh. Getting shot by a Carnifex at that range, that like that. Oh, man. There's nothing left of Nihilus's face.
What is that? Off
Hey,
in the
Aubrey.
distance.
It's a ship. Look at the size of it.
If I remember correctly, the animation for this looks pretty bad. Hold on. Like as it gets further away. Yeah, I mean, well, okay, yeah, it did kind of just shrink. All right, team, let's go. Headshot. Headshot. The sniper rifle's dumb. I should have said no sniper rifle insane playthrough. But I didn't, so, Missed. Missed. At least they're dumb. Oh, there's Nihilus.
Everybody stay calm out there. We're coming out. We're not armed.
Is it safe? Are they gone?
You're okay now. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Those things were crawling all around the shed. They would have found us for sure. We owe you our lives.
I still can't believe it. When we saw that ship, I thought it was all over.
It showed up right before the attack. Knew it was trouble the second I saw it, so we made a break for the sheds.
Tell me everything you remember about the attack.
The three of us were working the crops when that ship showed up. We just saw it and ran. I don't know what happened to the rest of the crew.
They were by the garage, over near the spaceport, right where that ship came down. No way they survived.
You don't know that. We survived. If they made it to the garage, they could have had a fighting chance.
Do you know anything about the Prothean beacon they dug up?
We're just farmers. We heard they found something out there, but it never really mattered to us. Not until now.
What else can you tell me about the ship you saw?
I was too busy running to get a clear look at it. I think it landed over near the spaceport.
Tell them about the noise, Cole. That awful noise.
It was emitting some kind of signal as it descended. It sounded like the shriek of the damned. Only it was coming from inside your own head.
It was probably trying to block communications.
Whatever it was, felt like it was tearing right through my skull. Almost made it impossible to think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you forgot to talk to these people? I do forget them sometimes. I'll get to the end of the Eden Prime stuff, and I'll be like, oh yeah. Well, they're fine. I don't get to talk to them, but they're fine. They're still alive, probably.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers. Maybe we should give them the stuff.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
You have something to tell me, Cole?
Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring, nothing major. In exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds.
I love how like Boy Scout this sounds. Smuggling's a crime, Cole. I don't care right now. I know I'm kind of like a Paragon character. I don't care. You have weapons, give them to me.
What kind of packages?
I found a pistol. Figured it would come in handy if those things came back. But you'll probably get more use out of it than we will.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the smuggling ring has been taken care of by Sovereign. I think we're good. I don't think we have to do anything more about it, really.
We're risking our lives to save this colony. You sure there's nothing else in here that could help us out?
Yeah, there's one more thing. I was gonna sell it after this was over, but you probably deserve it more than I do.
Who's your contact at the spaceport, Cole? What's his name?
He's not a bad guy. I don't want to get him in trouble. Besides, I'm not a snitch.
He might have something to do with this whole attack, Cole. We need his name. It's important.
Yeah, okay, you're right. His name's Powell. Works the docks at the spaceport, if he's still alive.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can see that logic. You know, this could be about smuggling. This could be, for all we know, this is like a bunch of Batarians, and they don't like the deal they got from the smuggling guys. Yeah, I think that's a good lead. And then, of course, him being the only survivor is also pretty suspicious.
I have to go.
Good luck.
Oh, you walked away and took a nap right before the attack, huh? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna take the rest of your stuff. So they told me they gave me everything, right? They gave me all the weapons that they smuggled. They're only farmers. They don't need them. Well, then what's in here, Cole? Huh? You gave me everything, huh? What's this? Well, why did they have Turian armor? Why did they have Turian armor? They smuggled it. Alright, we know what a Banshee is. We know what a Lancer is. Nothing to check there. Already checked that. Ooh, now what is a Stinger gonna be? So this... All right, hold on. The Striker was the Shuriken. The Edge was the Predator pistol. The Kessler, another Predator pistol. The Stinger. Oh, the Stinger's a Carnifex! The only bad side about the Carnifex is the lack of ammo, right? It has low ammo capacity. I just got a Carnifex. Okay. Works for me. Sniper rifle. I have the Reaper equipped, which is just another form of Mantis. The Avenger is also going to be a Mantis. What about the hammer? You gonna switch it? Hammer. There it goes. The Incisor. Yep. Okay. And then we have our Carnifex, which doesn't shoot quite like a Carnifex. Close enough. It's not going to be exact. Armor. All right, Caden. Now that I know I have the better stuff and I like the stuff, let's give Caden something. Caden will get the Edge 1, which is just a Predator pistol. And that's it. And yeah. Ashley will get our best assault rifle, which is, I guess for a teammate, it's probably this. And shotgun, which is all I have. Give you a backup pistol just in case, and a good sniper rifle just in case. And that's it. Actually, did I have anything for my armor yet? Nope. We'll do the codex once we get back to the ship. We'll do it when it makes sense. It doesn't make sense to do the codex right now. Nerd Shepard will go through his information when we have another chance. When we get to the Citadel, I guess. Am I going the right way? I am not. How confused are those farmers back there? They saw me go the wrong way and then come back. It's like, does he know where he's going? Again, just kind of looking around. I normally don't come over here because I know there's nothing over here.
Commander, it's Nihilus.
Oh no. I actually didn't know this was over here for like my first several playthroughs. I mean, it's just items, but I didn't know it was over here. Armor-piercing rounds and chemical rounds. Good. I need more bullet types. I don't like phasic rounds that much, but I will take chemical rounds. Or, ooh. We'll do armor-piercing on the pistol since the pistol has lower damage output than the sniper rifle. Kind of, well, it's supposed to anyway. And then hammerhead, I'll do chemical.
Something's moving over behind those crates.
Wait, don't shoot. I'm one of you. I'm human.
Sneaking up on us like that nearly got you killed.
I'm sorry. I was hiding from those creatures. My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
I need to know how Nihilus died.
The other one got here first. He was waiting when your friend showed up. He called him Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down. And Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
We were told a Prothean beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it?
It's over on the other platform. Probably where that guy Saren was headed. He hopped on the cargo train right after he killed your friend. I knew that beacon was trouble. Everything's gone to hell since we found it.
First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
I shouldn't be locked out of these. There are occasional times in these games where if you do something too soon, you'll get locked out. Like, I want to ask these, but if I do, will it make those go away? I don't think so.
Tell me about the Geth attack.
It was quick. 1 minute that ship was descending, the next, those Geth were swarming over the platform. Thousands of them. They must have been inside that mothership. They shot anything that moved. It was a massacre.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the beacon?
They brought it here this morning. We loaded it up onto the train and shipped it to the other platform. Hard to believe that was only a few hours ago. Feels like a whole other life.
Tell me about this mothership you saw.
I've never seen anything like it before. It was huge. Landed over near that platform. The whole place got dark as it came down. And it was making this noise, this sound that bored right into your brain. That's what woke me up. The attack came a few minutes later.
You were sleeping? I thought you were working here on the docks.
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
You survived because you're lazy?
You make me sick. No, that's super lucky. I'm not gonna complain about that.
If you hadn't snuck off for that nap, you'd probably be dead just like all the others.
Yeah, I guess. I don't really want to think about it.
Also, the early mentioning of indoctrination. The idea that whatever that is has, like, a mind weapon.
You're Cole's contact here on the docks. For the smuggling ring.
What? No! I mean, what does it matter now? So I'm a smuggler, who cares? My supervisor's dead, the entire crew's dead. Doesn't matter now, does it?
Get anything good?
Anything hidden nearby that we could use against the Geth?
A shipment of grenades came through last week. Nobody notices if a few small pieces go missing from the military orders.
You greedy son of a bitch. We're out here trying to protect your sorry ass, and all you can think about is how you can rip us off?
I never thought you'd actually need those grenades. Who'd want to attack Eden Prime? We're just a bunch of farmers. How was I supposed to know?
Ooh. No. I think I agree with I understand why she's angry. I'm not going to tell her to let it go. Just give them to me.
Just give me the grenades.
They're yours. Take them. My smuggling days are over, I swear.
That's all the same.
A lot of Marines died here, Powell. Those grenades could have come in handy. If I were you, I'd think of some way to make it up to them.
Yeah, okay. There is something else I was saving. Could be worth a fortune. Experimental technology, top of the line. Take it. I don't need it. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. Really, I'm sorry.
We need to find that beacon before it's too late.
Take the cargo train. That's where the other Turian went. I can't stay here. I need to get away from all this.
High explosive grenade upgrade. For my one grenade I have left, because I keep throwing them accidentally. I'm not sure if doing this is a good idea. If I keep accidentally throwing them and then detonating them, is it a good idea to make them stronger? Just blow myself up? Well, maybe it's an incentive not to do that. I almost hit X to reload, but I was able to stop myself. Yeah. I'm not going to do gun-specific things as my one thing I can map. Oh. That was a good move, actually. She was the one that did that. It was good. I'm not sure if I can reach him with this, but... Am I playing on Insane? Why does this... I'm also level 1. Generally, when you do Insane, you're doing a new game plus at like level 30 or 40 or 50, whatever. I guess it's just the overpoweredness of the sniper rifle. Now, short-range fights are going to get me. These long-range ones are cool because sniper rifle. Once we start getting to like fighting Krogan that run at me, then we might have an issue. Hello, Sergeant. Oh, I see you, I think. Is that you? Is that you? That's you. But oh, these are all Geth. Hold on. Come on. I know that's you.
Glad to have you on the team.
Come on.
I'm back.
Yay! Well, thank you for the resub. And welcome back. We're just doing a nice, insane playthrough of Mass Effect. With some mods installed. Come on. Yep, no, fine. No, I can see the tippy top up there. There they go. Now I'm too far away. These Geth are dumb. These Geth are really dumb. They just keep like the top of their head poked out, and I can shoot it every time. No, Death in the Mass Effect universe doesn't have an A in it. In the future, A doesn't exist. Except in Caden and Shepard and Ashley. It's okay to use it in names. Hey, Saren.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony. Leave no evidence that we were here.
No, I mainly did that because it made it fit better. Also, there's that running gag in JStream where we spell death with no A. It's all capitalized, DETH, and like a white peepo happy emote after it.
Demolition charges. The Geth must have planted them.
Hurry!
I wanted to make sure there was enough room for 3 digits. I seriously don't think I'm going to die 3 digits in this playthrough, but that's for Elden Ring later. It is very possible I will die. Also, I just noticed how loud the music's been. Whoops. That better? Man. I normally try to keep the music at a certain decibel level. I didn't notice it was, loud. That's better. Okay. Hard to tell with the bullets, but... Run. Beep beep. Oh, sniper. That will do some good damage to me. On insane, that sniper shot might just one-shot me. I remember that. In my 2 Iron Shepard attempts, I was killed by... On Therum, I died on Therum both times. The first time a sniper took me out, and the second time I made it to the boss fight, and the boss killed me. The big, like, Colossus armature thing. It hit me with its big electro ball and killed me. Oh. Come on. I know I can hit him. I can hit him in the tippy top of his little robot head. Come on. Okay, fine. How about if I'm this close? Combat in this version of the game is so much more like smooth. I do kind of miss the wonky combat of original. I will say, I will play original series again someday. There's really no point in playing 2 and 3 because they're very similar. The biggest changes by far were in 1, but I would do 2 and 3 just to continue the playthrough of 1. I think I will go back to do it someday. Not modded, just like straight up, just standard, unmodded. Originals. Maybe I'll even do it on Xbox so I can have controller support. Because the original on PC doesn't have that. I was gonna have my teammates go down there, but with the husk running at them, probably not a good idea. Bye. Oh, he stopped running in circles. Oh. And we're done. Eden Prime has been completed. No deaths. The only real threat, honestly, though, was either the sniper, the one Geth sniper that was back there, or if you let a husk get too close. Husks actually do a good bit of damage in this game with their like AoE explodey thing. And on this difficulty, it probably would just kill me. I'm worried about the Pharaohs fight. It's all up close, and I can use a shotgun if I want, but I have no training in it. So if I do Pharaohs, if I kind of do Pharaohs like last, it might make it more difficult. Because by then a non-trained weapon kind of falls behind, way behind. I have a pistol though. I mean, pistol's not too bad up close. Oh. Get all our goodies. I will trigger the one cutscene that I didn't know existed until like 10 years after the first game came out, which is right here.
My God. It's like someone dropped a bomb.
That must be where the Geth ship landed.
DDR. I'm not even sure if that was in the original. I don't remember. I think it is. I think I triggered it the first time in the original. But it was the PC version. Maybe it wasn't in the original Xbox version. Maybe that's why I didn't find it. Or I just never found it. I don't know. What do you guys say on Eden Prime?
Eden Prime will never be the same again. Check your targets. Could be friendlies. We should move, Commander.
Whenever I'm looking for voice lines to use for things like alerts or just like fun little things like channel point redeems, this is a good place to start.
Smells like smoke and death.
All right. Not sure what I'd use that for. Renegade Hydrate. Smells like smoke and death.
Eden Prime will never be the same again.
It used to be beautiful here. Somebody's gonna pay for this. Let's get the bastards. We should move.
Yep. So yeah, I'm kind of like, while I'm playing this, I'm kind of also on the lookout for like decent voice lines for stuff. I can always load up, I can always save it, come back and do it, turn off the sound and the sound effects, and just listen to the voice line and record it. I need to remember to do that. I just kind of thought about that now. Hello, Beacon. Time for Ashley to be dumb. This makes a lot more sense to me.
Normandy, the beacon is secure.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up.
I can see Ashley being
Something must
a little
have
too
activated.
curious.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
But Caden? When you play as FemShep, Caden does this. I can't see Caden doing this. I just think he's too, well, smart for one. But also, I don't know, I don't see him doing this.
Shepard!
No, don't touch him! You dang.
Yes, Prothean bacon. It's probably made of Turian or something. What race would they make bacon out of? Meanwhile, in space. He should be wearing his robes now.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime. The Normandy. A human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
This human must be eliminated.
What the? Did you see Benezia's voice pop to like a friendly expression at the very end there? I don't know what that was.
Dr. Chakwas, I think he's waking up.
It's a new mod. Friendly Benezia.
You had us worried there, Shepard. How are you feeling?
How did I end up here? How long was I out?
About 15 hours. Something happened down there with the beacon, I think.
It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
Uh-huh.
Where's the beacon now? What happened to it?
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. The blast knocked you cold. The lieutenant and I carried you back here to the ship.
I appreciate it.
Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
Isn't this one of the moments where this is all the same voice line? There are a few moments I noticed in Mass Effect 1 where it used to be like all the same voice line no matter what you said, but they added in some new ones that were cut, I guess. Did my head just snap back? What was that? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. Whatever. Like there's one when you're talking to the council, where no matter what you pick, you say the same thing. But one time I picked something and I said something new.
I
think this is the same no matter what.
I'm not sure what I saw. Death? Destruction? Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Shepard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander. Are you sure you're okay?
I don't like soldiers dying under my command.
Jenkins wasn't your fault. You did a good job, Shepard.
Chief Williams isn't part of the Normandy crew.
I figured we could use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
Man, again, some of the bottom options are just kind of like jerk options. This, he says, like, I think he says something along the lines of, I don't want her on my ship. And Anderson's just like, dude, this is my ship, shut up. So we're not saying that one.
Williams is a good soldier. She deserves it.
Lieutenant Alenko agrees with you. That's why I added her to our crew.
Intel dropped the ball, sir. We had no idea what we were walking into down there. That's why things went to hell.
The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander. Nobody could have predicted this.
That's fair.
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Shepard. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading. The Council's going to want answers.
I didn't do anything wrong, Captain. Hopefully the Council can see that.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the best, a living legend. But if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
And this is where I need to point something out, because even I didn't really think about it for the longest time. We never see Saren. We never see him. Do you know why Shepard thinks that Saren was behind Eden Prime? Because one person told him so. One guy said, I think his name was Saren. And that's it. We base this entire thing on one person saying, I think his name was Saren. It could, you think? I think it would have been a really funny twist is if Saren was innocent. Can you imagine how messed up that would be? Like how that would change the plot? What if Saren was innocent the whole time? He was just super secretive and doing his own thing. What if Saren was like doing an investigation into the Reapers, but it made it look like he was guilty to you? And the whole time it's like, we gotta stop Saren. Saren's the bad guy. And in the end you find out like, dude, I've never been on the Reaper's side. Why do you think I'm like? Why do you been chasing me this whole time? You didn't see me on Eden Prime, did you? Like, no. But someone said he thought their name was Saren. Like, that's a dumb reason to chase me through the entire game. You never see him. And if the argument is, well, didn't this place have surveillance cameras? He has Geth. I'm sure the first thing he would have done is like hack into the security system and delete everything, turn it off. There's no evidence, and you never see him. It would have been different if we saw him, but we never do. Not yet. So I kind of understand the council's reluctance to be like, some rando told you it was Saren. Okay.
Why?
He thinks we're growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that way. Most of them don't do anything about it. But Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how, I don't know why. I only know it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
Just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of vision.
A vision? A vision of what?
And now I think this is also the same no matter what you pick.
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Shepard.
What are we gonna tell them? I had a bad dream?
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre. He can go anywhere, do almost anything. That's why we need the Council on our side.
We prove Saren's gone rogue, and the Council will revoke his Spectre status.
I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We should be getting close. Head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock.
Okay. But now it's time to talk to Ashley and look around the ship for codex entries, and then go through the codec. Do I ever go into this room? Have I ever been in this room in a playthrough on stream? Like the room past the medical, because you never have to come back in here. Oh no, this is Liara's. Never mind. Yeah, this is Liara's room. I'm thinking of Anderson's room, where Miranda is in 2. That room, I forget it exists half the time, most of the time. It's on the other side. Hey, Ashley.
Hey, Commander. I'm glad you're okay, Commander. The crew could use some good news after what happened to Jenkins.
Jenkins was a valuable part of this crew.
Part of me feels guilty over what happened. If Jenkins was still alive, I might not be here.
Can I afford to be a little nice to her? I mean, if I do end up triggering the romance, I can tell her no. There's a part where it's just like, hey, and it's just like, you're just like, no. And that's it. I mean, she did do a good job in fighting. I mean, she lived, unlike Jenkins, I guess.
You're a good soldier, Williams. You belong on the Normandy.
Thanks, Commander. That means a lot from you. I've never met anyone who was awarded the Star of Terra.
Things were pretty rough down there. Are you okay?
I've seen friends die before. Comes with being a Marine. But to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
I don't remember if this is the case. Ninja, I think you did Soul Survivor, didn't you? Because you mentioned Akuz. Can you say anything to her? When she mentions she lost her whole unit, she also mentions that you were like at the Skillian Blitz, because I was there. I wonder if she would mention like oh, you know how, I guess you know how it is. You lost your whole unit on Akuz. I don't remember if there's actually a thing for that. I've done all 3 childhood things. I've done Spacer, Colonist, and Earthborn a good amount. I've done Colonist more, but as far as the military one goes, I've done Soul Survivor only like once or twice. I've done War Hero a lot, and I've done Ruthless like twice. And they were both Renegade playthroughs.
We couldn't have done it without you, Williams.
Thanks, Commander. I have to admit, I was a little worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome.
I think you're gonna fit in here just fine, Williams.
Thanks, Commander. Joker's waiting for you on the bridge, Commander.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted right out of med school. Earth always seemed boring to me. Too safe, too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep expanding through the Traverse, and the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth, or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. If I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
What do you know about Captain Anderson?
I've served with him for a few tours now. He knows when to let things slide and when to crack the whip. The crew knows he's seen pretty much anything they'll ever run into. And he cares about the people under his command.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record, over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long list of horrific side effects. Caden's lucky. He just gets migraines.
So not only did we, maybe the Alliance, or maybe just a company, we don't know. Maybe not only did some people, perhaps accidentally expose young children to the EZO Element Zero stuff to make biotics to see what would happen. But now when we were giving people L2 implants for biotics, and it was kind of like the Spartan program, where if you had like 50 people, probably only like 10 of them came out normal, and the rest were just messed up.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I remember reading the very first Halo book that came out. There's a ton of them now, but I read the first one, and it mentioned all like the side effects they had to deal with. Hydrate. Oh, I don't have the codex for these things yet? Maybe they won't oh, there it is. Nope, that's Dr. Stalkos.
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
This is the room I always forget exists. This room. Even though this is the room where the romance scene takes place, I just kind of forget this room exists.
Go speak to Joker when you're ready. Tell him to bring the Normandy into dock.
Oh, I can go down here. Let's talk to the requisition officer, I guess. Oh, we can also talk to the engineer, Adams. In the Normandy's vehicle bay, using a squad member's locker allows you to assign equipment to them. Ooh.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Manufacturers sell licenses. Each license allows me to buy and sell a certain brand of products. I already have several basic ones, but you'll need to buy more if you want me to bring in different brands. Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but they're well worth the cost if you can find them.
What do the different manufacturers offer?
There are too many for me to keep track of, but each license will explain what it's good for.
How often will you get new items?
Well, that depends on how many licenses you've purchased, but I'll rotate items on a regular basis regardless. And anytime we land someplace with a big enough port, I'll buy, sell, and trade whatever I can. Check back often. I need to move items quickly, so only the most basic items will be stocked consistently.
Not right now, thanks.
No problem.
So,
checking back.
The fact that the Alliance requisition officer is selling non-Alliance gear to Alliance Marines doesn't make a lot of sense right now. It does make sense when you become a Spectre, though. Since the ship is technically under, like, Citadel rule, along with us, it makes sense that they would try to carry non-Alliance stuff. So that conversation right now doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Let's talk to Adams. Get some information on how the ship works, and then I can read the codex entries and understand none of it.
Shame about Jenkins, Commander.
Oh, we can't talk to him yet.
Shame about Jenkins,
Okay.
Commander.
Alright, Adams. I'll be back later. When we go up to near Joker, we'll do the codex entries that we've gotten so far. I do have a couple mods installed that might add a little bit of non-canon stuff, but not to this one, I don't think. The Expanded Galaxy mod and the Spectre one might end up adding like a handful of non-canon things, but I don't think it's going to be in the Codex. I think there might be a few non-canon things in the Spectre office, where it's like hit X to do this kind of stuff, and that might be it, actually. Oh, I saw that. Give me that. I want to learn. I want to learn how my ship works.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew.
Nothing here. Alright, it's Codex time. Let's learn about the world of Mass Effect. Ooh, look at all this stuff we have. We already know about Turians.
50,000 years ago, the Protheans were the only spacefaring species in the galaxy. They vanished in a swift galactic extinction. Only the legacy of their empire remains. They are believed to have built the mass relays and the Citadel, which have allowed numerous species to explore and expand throughout the galaxy. Prothean ruins are found on worlds across the galaxy. While surprisingly intact for their age, functioning examples of Prothean paleotechnology are rare. Time and generations of looters have picked their dead cities and derelict stations clean. Some believe the Protheans meddled in the evolution of younger races. The Hanar homeworld of Kajay, for example, shows clear evidence of former Prothean occupation. The presence of a former Prothean observation post on Mars has caused a rebirth of interventionary evolutionists among humans. These individuals believe the god myths of ancient civilizations are misremembered encounters with aliens.
Ancient aliens. That's all you have to take away from that. There's evidence that the Protheans did some stuff. There's evidence, you kind of find out later in 3, there's quite a bit of evidence that the Protheans messed with the Asari back then, but the Asari see them as their gods, and yeah, that gets a little complicated. I mean, you kind of understand why the Hanar think the Protheans are basically their gods, the Enkindlers, because they're the reason why they speak. They're the ones who uplifted them. And there's evidence to support that. So we only know about the Protheans for extinct races. Okay. How about some non-council races? Spacefaring species without the political power to set galaxy policy.
The Geth are a humanoid race of networked AIs. They were created by the Quarians 300 years ago as tools of labor and war. When the Geth showed signs of self-evolution, the Quarians attempted to exterminate them. The Geth won the resulting war. This example has led to legal, systematic repression of artificial intelligences in galactic society. The Geth possess a unique distributed intelligence. An individual has rudimentary animal instincts, but as their numbers and proximity increase, the apparent intelligence of each individual improves. In groups, they can reason, analyze situations, and use tactics, as well as any organic race. Geth space is located at the trailing end of the Perseus Arm, beyond the lawless Terminus systems. The Perseus Veil, an obscuring dark nebula of opaque gas and dust, lies between their space and the Terminus systems.
So this actually does mention it. It mentions when the Geth showed signs of self-evolution, the Quarians attempted to exterminate them. So at least in Space Codex school, they teach it correctly. How about some non-sapient creatures?
After the Geth secure a location, they round up and impale dead and living bodies on mechanical spikes. The spikes rapidly transform these victims into withered husks, extracting water and trace minerals, and replacing them with cybernetics. The cybernetics reanimate the lifeless flesh and tissue, transforming the bodies into mindless killing machines. Some Alliance soldiers refer to the husk-generating spikes as dragon's teeth, a reference to the mythological berserkers who sprang up from the earth wherever the teeth of the dragon Eris were planted. Dragon's teeth and husks bear little resemblance to other pieces of Geth technology. No one is sure why a synthetic race would bother to drain the minuscule amount of recoverable resources from organic corpses, though the value of reusing them as shock troops is obvious.
Hinting at the fact that the Dragon's Teeth technology isn't Geth. Also, I recognize that myth. There's an episode of Star Trek Voyager that also mentions it. The idea of, like, a dragon on the battlefield was killed and its teeth went into the ground, and then new warriors sprout from the teeth like seeds. Citadel and Galactic Government.
The Citadel is an ancient deep space station, presumably constructed by the Protheans. Since the Prothean extinction, numerous species have come to call the Citadel home. It serves as the political, cultural, and financial capital of the galactic community. To represent their interests, most species maintain embassies on the Presidium, the Citadel's inner ring. The Citadel Tower in the center of the Presidium holds the Citadel Council Chambers. Council affairs often have far-reaching effects on the rest of the galactic community. 5 arms, known as the Wards, extend from the Presidium. Their inner surfaces have been built into cities, populated by millions of inhabitants from across the galaxy. The Citadel is virtually indestructible. If attacked, the station can close its arms to form a solid, impregnable shell. For as long as the station has existed, an enigmatic race called the Keepers has maintained it.
And then we get into the whole idea of the Keepers, which I don't like. I don't like it. From, like, if I was, like, in the game, like in the world, I don't like it. They let the Keepers maintain everything they don't understand. And they never, I don't like it. I don't like the idea of putting our government, the heart of our government, and just going onto the station itself with these aliens that we can't communicate with that run everything. I don't know. I don't like it. I would find it kind of uneasy. Already did those two. Planets and locations.
The Terminus systems are located on the far side of the Attican Traverse, beyond the space administered by the Citadel Council or claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. It is populated by a loose affiliation of minor species, united only in their refusal to acknowledge the political authority of the Council or adhere to the Citadel conventions. Their independence comes at a price. The Terminus is fraught with conflict. War among the various species is common, as governments and dictators constantly rise and fall. The region is a haven for illegal activities, particularly piracy and the slave trade. At least once a year, a fleet from the Terminus invades the nearby Attican Traverse. These attacks are typically small raids against poorly defended colonies. The Council rarely retaliates, as sending patrols into the Terminus systems could unify the disparate species against their common foe, triggering a long and costly war.
Now, this Codex entry actually kind of gives us an insight into why the Council acts the way they do. You know, at the end of the game, it's like, hey, send your fleet in... Well, actually, coming up, it's send your fleet in to find Saren. The Council's like, we're not going to send our fleet into the Terminus systems. And Odina starts talking, like, yeah, but it would secure our colonies, but this points out the reason why the Council hardly ever sends ships into the Traverse or the Terminus systems is because it could unify everybody in it. So it's probably better not to do that. Technology.
Biotics is the ability of rare individuals to manipulate dark energy and create mass effect fields through the use of electrical impulses from the brain. Intense training and surgically implanted amplifiers are necessary for a biotic to produce mass effect fields powerful enough for practical use. The relative strength of biotic abilities varies greatly among species and with each individual. There are 3 branches of biotics. Telekinesis uses mass-lowering fields to levitate or impel objects. Mass-raising kinetic fields are used to block or pin objects. Spatial distortion uses rapidly shifting mass fields to shred objects. Most organic species are capable of developing biotic abilities, though there are risks involved. Biotics are the result of an in utero exposure to element 0. This usually causes fatal cancers in the victim, but in rare cases, it coalesces into nodules within the fetus's developing nervous system.
God, even that sounds bad. Not only does it usually end in cancer, but talking about how it turns into nodules within the fetus's developing nervous system, I don't like that either. Yeah. So the idea of Mass Effect, until we actually see the codex for it, is when a positive electrical charge is put in and when a negative charge is put in, it does different stuff. One lowers and one increases, like the mass of something. That's how it works. So for something like lift, you would lower it. For something like a barrier, or maybe like a throw, probably, you would raise it. And distortion, talking about how it shreds objects, that I'm not sure what that means. You shift it from high gravity, low gravity. I'm not sure what that, maybe warp? Maybe? Weapons, armor, and wait, there was more here, wasn't there? Mass Effect fields.
Zero can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels. In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials. The military makes extensive use of mobility-enhancing technologies, with Mass Effect utilizing fighting vehicles standard frontline issue in most military forces. Mass Effect fields are also essential in the creation of kinetic barriers or shields to protect against enemy fire.
I like this information because it actually mentions like some practical uses. Kind of. Like it mentions for low mass fields, it would make surface to orbit transit cheaper. The main problem we have getting stuff into space and further is the amount of fuel that's required to do it. Because fuel has weight. So the more fuel you add, the more fuel that's needed to compensate. It gets kind of ridiculous. But if we could lower the mass of something, it would take far less fuel. Also, it mentioned pushing space debris away from vessels. Deflector. In like Star Trek. But deflector dish, one of its uses is it deflects things away from the ship. Like when you're traveling at high speeds, it deflects like particles and little pieces of like rock and just it gets it away. Without that, and if your shields were down, every single particle of dust in space would just damage your ship probably.
Omni-tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omni-tool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor, from a distance. The fabrication module can rapidly assemble small three-dimensional objects from common reusable industrial plastics, ceramics, and light alloys. This allows for field repairs and modifications to most standard items, as well as the reuse of salvaged equipment. Omni-tools are standard issue for soldiers and first-in colonists.
So it actually has something I did not remember. An Omni-tool kind of has a built-in 3D printer that can use standard materials when you have access to them to do field repairs and modifications. I kind of forgot about that.
Combat hard suits use a dual-layer system to protect the wearer. The inner layer consists of fabric armor with kinetic padding. Areas that don't need to be flexible, such as the chest or shins, are reinforced with sheets of lightweight, ablative ceramic. The outer layer consists of automatically generated kinetic barriers. Objects traveling above a certain speed will trigger the barrier's reflex system and be deflected, provided there is enough energy left in the shield's power cell. Armored hard suits are sealable to protect the wearer from extremes of temperature and atmosphere. Standard equipment includes an onboard mini-frame and a communications, navigation, and sensing suite. The mini-frame is designed to accept and display data from a weapon's smart targeting system to make it easier to locate and eliminate enemies.
In a way, it's kind of explaining why we have a heads-up display. It's a video game. But that explains why we have a mini-map with enemies. That's the armor telling you what's happening. Also, it wasn't described here, but I think it's described in the next one. It's mentioned that shields work because of speed. If something is below a certain speed, the shield won't activate, which is why people can. I think the example is sit on a chair without sending the chair flying.
Kinetic barriers, more commonly called shields, provide protection against most mass accelerator weapons. Whether on a starship or a soldier's suit of armor, the basic principle remains the same. Kinetic barriers are repulsive mass effect fields, projected from tiny emitters. These shields safely deflect small objects traveling at rapid velocities. This affords protection from bullets and other dangerous projectiles, but still allows the user to sit down without knocking away their chair. The shielding afforded by kinetic barriers does not protect against extremes of temperature, toxins, or radiation.
Just don't sit down too fast, or else it might trigger it. I mean, when they made bullets in this universe, it's basically a block of metal where a piece is shaved off, and then it's just flung at like very high speeds, and that's how bullets work. Bullets are very small in this universe, but when they're shot, I think there's like a mass effect field around them that makes them heavier to do more damage. It's something like that. So shields work knowing that. They only block small things. Now, they say small things, but in Mass Effect 3, there's the harpoon gun. I'm assuming by small it means like, it still blocks projectiles. Because a harpoon would probably be pretty big. I wonder if that would get through a shield. Personal... Wait, hold on. Was there anything else in here that I missed?
Combat heart.
No, okay. Wait. Why is this... Oh, it's not... Wait, it's not still glowing. Okay. Whoopsie. Sorry, Nintendo controls. Did this update at all? No. Okay. So that's done. I did it again. Why am I all of a sudden doing this? Stupid Fire Emblem. Citadel Station statistics.
Although the Citadel is equipped with Mass Effect generating Element Zero cores, most of the gravity on the station is generated by the centrifugal force of rotation. Rotation, 3.5 minutes per revolution. Rotational gravity in wards, 1.02 Earth. Rotational gravity in Presidium, 0.3 Earth. Total length open, 44.7 kilometers. Diameter open, 12.8 kilometers. Ward length, 43.6 kilometers. Ward width, 330 meters. That's it. Presidium ring diameter, 7.2 kilometers. Presidium ring width, 553 meters. Exterior armor thickness, 13 meters. Population, 13.2 million, not including keepers. Gross weight, 7.11 billion metric tons. Weight of the Presidium Tower, 1,047 meters. It's height, not weight. That confused me for a second.
So, yeah, this just has some little information. The size of it. The fact that the gravity on the wards is barely above our own gravity, and the gravity on the Presidium is like a nice 0.3. That would feel, that feels so good. You go to the Presidium and you're just kind of like bouncing around, like, yeah, this feels nice. Humanity and the Systems Alliance.
Systems Alliance. Military jargon. Ashore. When a ship's crew leaves the vessel, they are ashore. Though normally used regarding planets, it can refer to boarding a space station. Away. When a ship releases the equipment tethering it to a space station or surface dock, it is away. Aye aye. The proper way to acknowledge an order. If told to attack, the correct response is aye aye, sir. If asked, are you proud to be a Marine? The correct response is yes, sir. Interesting. ASAP, pronounced ASAP, an acronym of as soon as possible. Belay, stop or cease. Bridge, the navigation center of a spacecraft, where the steering is done. Captain's mast, non-judicial disciplinary proceedings by unit commanders. CIC, Combat Information Center, the command center of a spacecraft. The CIC is filled with sensor displays to make sense of the chaos of combat. DC, Damage Control, the containment and repair of damage to a spacecraft. ECM, Electronic Countermeasures, used to avoid enemy sensors, from passive emissions masking to active jamming. EVA, Extravehicular Activity, time spent in a pressure suit outside of a vehicle, spacecraft, or station. Flank, the flank is the side of a military formation. Since the soldiers are facing elsewhere, an enemy that can attack on the flank can often turn it or roll it up. FNG, Freaking New Guys, a derisive term for inexperienced personnel. Groundside, the surface of a planet. Helmsman, the crew member who pilots a spacecraft. LADAR, Light Amplified Detection and Ranging, an active sensor that bounces lasers off an object to determine its bearing and distance. LADAR has sufficient resolution that the data can be reconstructed into an image. Shore Party, spacecraft crew sent ashore on official business. Silent Running, an old submariner's term, used aboard the Normandy to denote when stealth systems are active. SITREP, abbreviation of Situation Report, an evaluation of the current military situation. Spacer, someone who has spent most of their life in space. XO, Executive Officer, the second in command of an Alliance warship. The XO is responsible for administrative and personnel matters.
So there's a few good ones in here. If you watch sci-fi stuff in combination with like sci-fi military stuff, like a Halo or things like that, like or Battlestar Galactica, I said Battleship Galactica for some reason, you know some of these. I do like FNG. Noobs. LADAR, Shore Party. Most of this is pretty standard. I did it again. Ooh, how do biotics amps work?
Biotics manipulate mass effect fields using dozens of element zero nodules within their nervous systems that react to electric stimuli from the brain. Amplifiers allow biotics to synchronize the nodules so they can form fields large and strong enough for practical use. Amplifiers can improve a specific discipline or talent. An implant is a surgically embedded interface port into which amps are plugged in. On humans, the implant is usually placed at the base of the skull for convenient access, though the user must be careful to keep it free of contaminants. Implant ports can fit a variety of amps, and there is a growing market for modifications and add-ons. The finest quality implants and amps are manufactured by Asari artisans, but the Alliance's L3 implants, first deployed in 2170, are a significant step forward.
I mean, it's not surprising that Asari make the best ones. They're more or less, like, naturally biotic. So, hey, Raven. I'm doing my insane playthrough. We're going to the Citadel. And I'm just going through the codex entries. Upgrades. That's a vague term.
Upgrades. The development of practical manufacturing, minifacturing, OmniTools allows modern militaries a great deal of flexibility in equipment loadouts. A vast number of field modification kits, or upgrades, are available for common equipment such as weapons, armor, omni-tools, biotic amps, and even grenades. An upgrade kit typically consists of less than a dozen unique parts and an optical storage disk. When loaded into an omni-tool, the OSD provides all technical specifications required to manufacture the tools and additional parts necessary to install the upgrade onto another piece of equipment. Assembly is typically modular, and installation can be completed in less than a minute. Since omni-tools are designed to use common battlefield salvage materials such as plastics, ceramics, and light metals, rendered into semi-molten omni-gel for quick use, it is quite possible for a trained soldier carrying upgrade kits to customize gear on the battlefield to fit the current tactical situation.
I originally had that filter as like an quote-unquote like alien voice, and then I realized after a long time, it kind of makes me sound like Glyph from Mass Effect. Little bit. So I made the stupid blitzball drone thing. It's literally just a blitzball with like the drone stuff around it.
Hello, Shadow Broker.
Well, the funny thing is, I have one that's called like evil mode or something. I forget what it's called, but it was meant to be like a deep, evil sounding voice. It kind of reminds me of the Shadow Broker filter.
Hello. I am the Shadow Broker.
It kind of reminds me of it. It's funny how I made those for like generic purposes, and they kind of became like Mass Effect things. So now I need to make that the Shadow Broker. All right, Codex entries are caught up. Speak to Joker.
Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work.
I'm a potato again. Potato Shepard reporting for duty. Ah, the Citadel.
Look at the size of that ship.
The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower, too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side, then.
Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Stand by for clearance, Normandy. Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance operator.
Roger, Alliance Tower. Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
So, it was kind of like a running joke that it was just like potato. The term of just like if I'm being lazy or obviously potato aim is a thing. And I don't know. Last night I was like, I'm gonna make a dumb looking potato emote. Potato Shepard. And for some reason I made a bigger version and did that. I don't know. I did this at like 5 a.m.
This is an outrage! The Council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Seren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action!
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Seren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
Saren's a threat to every human colony out there. If they don't stop him, I will.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not his.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
And that's why I hate politicians.
No, that's just who he is. But don't worry, we'll deal with him in 3. So this is where the other mod kicks in. You'll see people that weren't originally on the Citadel in 1. They tried to add more NPCs to make it look more lively. This is the human embassy, so you're going to see a bunch of humans. Like, I'm pretty sure there was no one sitting here. So am I just going to hack into this computer while someone's using it? Yes, I am. Yeah, I think it's called, I guess it's like ME1 Diversification Project or something. Captain Hendrickson reported some unusual energy readings during a patrol of the Argus Rho cluster. She had particular concerns about the Hydra system, but was recalled before her team could investigate further. No patrols are scheduled for the sector. You want to send a recon team? Maybe. Oh, this person's wearing it kind of reminds me more of Mass Effect 3. Well, also Star Trek. Yeah, we're definitely going to look around a little bit just so we can see the mod. Time to go talk. Oh, well, hey, I already noticed a difference. Oh, look at all the people in here.
I understand what you're saying, but these allegations are very serious. I can't just... This is serious. My reputation is at stake. I spoke with the consort in confidence, and her alone, and she betrayed that confidence. All right. I will look into it for you. In the meantime, do not do anything rash. Pleased greeting. Human, it is always good to see your kind. I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
For reasons, I kind of want to find some Elcor voice lines. This could be a decent place to find some. Like, I could save it here and come back, turn off the music and the sound effects, and just hear what he says. This specific mod just adds a bunch of new NPCs. Normally, this room is empty. Besides this Elcor, this Volus, and this Keeper.
Surprised welcome. You have returned, human. Genuine inquiry. What may I do for you this day?
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements. Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the feelings of our conversations to other species.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our ways.
Remorseful response, Din. You don't truly believe that, and if you do, I am very sorry for you.
What do you do here?
Modestly, I work to bring the problems and the requests of the Elcor groups to the attention of the Council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet. The Council doesn't care about our races.
Chastising rebuke. Your tone is inappropriate, Din. This human is not to blame for your malcontent or your misconceived suspicions.
Tell me more about your species.
Genuine enthusiasm. I delight in telling the history of my people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
That I don't know. The Drell didn't exist kind of yet when one came out, so I'm not sure on that. Quarians maybe.
Tell me about the history and origins of the Elcor.
The Elcor were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us. With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one lifetime we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
I'd like to know more about the culture of the Elcor.
Frankly, we Elcor prefer the safety and familiarity of our own colonies to the confines of space travel. Our society is built on small, tight-knit groups. Though we are always welcoming to outsiders, our government tends to be very stable. Our people are not very comfortable with sudden changes.
I see. There is a version of it for 3 that does add stuff like that. There's a version for all 3 games. The ones that I found, like the most popular ones, the one for 1 I think only works on the Citadel, which does make sense. Because out of all the places you go in this game, where else do you go? Therum is a middle-of-nowhere dig site. That's not going to be very populated. Novaria was already kind of diverse. Maybe they just added a few more. And Pharos is a human colony. So unless it's just making the human models look different, not much you can do with that. Ilos is deserted. Vermeer kind of is too. Like, it wouldn't add much besides the Citadel. The one for Mass Effect 2 only works on Omega, unfortunately. I didn't find one for the Citadel. And then in 3, it's for a lot of places. I need to fix that. Disappear. There you go.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
Bye.
EarthClan, you are in the wrong place, I think. Your ambassador is next door in the large office.
Chastising remark. Don't be so rude, Din. At least introduce yourself.
I am Din Korlak, Volus ambassador. Is there something I can do for you, EarthClan?
What is this place?
You are in the embassy for the Volus and the Elcor.
Your ambassador is next door, in his own office.
In this shared space, I aid my fellow Volus when I'm not being interrupted.
I'd like to know more about the Volus.
I'm sure our history and culture would bore you, EarthClan.
Actually, I would like to know more about your history.
My people came to the Citadel shortly after the Asari and Solarians had discovered it. We were instrumental in establishing a standardized galactic economy. However, despite our long association with the Citadel and our many contributions to galactic society, we still do not hold a seat on the Council.
Tell me about Volus culture.
We are tribal by nature, but our ways are not violent. We barter and trade our lands and tribe members in order to increase status. Larger tribes often engulf smaller ones and eventually split again. Our society is very malleable, and our government is always shifting and changing. Since we're not physically adept, we trade our services for protection.
Yep. The Volus are kind of part of the Turians. The Turians protect them, and in exchange, the Volus do, like, their economy stuff. Works out. Also, the Volus actually do have one dreadnought, and apparently it's very powerful. I think the Turians made it for them as kind of like a gift. And it's apparently it's just like a really powerful dreadnought. I think you can actually get it as a war asset in 3. Maybe with I think it might be a mod thing, but...
What is it you do here?
I look out for the best interests of the Volus people. No easy task considering how often we are overlooked by the Council.
Chastising rebuke, Den. The Council favors your species greatly.
You are naive. The Earth Clan will be invited to the Council long before our species will.
Why aren't the Volus or Elcor part of the Council?
All species must prove themselves before they join the Council. All but the Earth Clans, it would seem.
Dismissive. Ignore the Volus ambassador, human. He is incorrect in his assessment.
Really? How long have we been waiting? How long do you think we'll continue to wait? Bah, this talk is wasted on the humans.
You seem to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, Din.
You humans are new to the Citadel, and yet the Council has granted you great favor.
Chastising rebuke, Din. Your species has always been granted many concessions. Volus territory has expanded tenfold since coming to the Citadel.
Details. We still have no real say in the decisions that affect Citadel space.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
Is there a reason why several, well, I guess 2 in this case, of the ambassadors are kind of jerks? I know ambassadors have to do a lot of political stuff, but they also have to be the face of their species, right? For other people. Now, I like Kalen, but Din's kind of a jerk. I mean, so's Udina, but... Maybe it's kind of like a conflict of interest, making the ambassador have to deal with all the politics of their entire species, like, connecting to the Citadel, but also having to make them, like, the face of their species and people talk to them about them. Maybe separate that job. I can see why he's frustrated. But Din, you need to listen here. There hasn't been a species added to the Citadel Council in like 1,000 years, with the Turians were added, right? But if the humans get in, it could pave the way for other new people. If we get in, it could be a good thing for you. It could start like a whole thing of like, oh, the humans got in? Let's talk about the Volus or the Elcor. Let's get everyone in here. Could be a good thing. Hello, Pink Turian. Oh, hi. Oh, I didn't talk to the other Elcor.
Hello there, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
You seem distressed. Is there something I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you? This is all going so wrong, and it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started all this.
What did this Asari do to get you so upset?
I cannot speak more about this problem. It is too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
Where can I find this Asari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot. Good day, human.
Bye. I like the Elcor. I think honestly all of the alien species in Mass Effect are cool. But I like the Elcor. The bad thing is, when I made all the civilizations in Stellaris using like no mods, just like vanilla standard stuff, the Elcor kind of suck. I had to make them like agrarian based, and I had to give them stuff that made sense for them, and they just didn't turn out that well. Because they're pacifists, so they can't like declare war for space. And it's just, they didn't end up being that good. I kind of wanted to play as the Rachni. An organic hive mind kind of sounded fun. The game is freaking out a little bit. There we go. More codex entries. Non-council races.
The Elcor are a citadel species native to the high-gravity world Dakuna. They are massive creatures, standing on 4 muscular legs for increased stability. Elcor move slowly, an evolved response to an environment where a fall can be lethal. This has colored their psychology, making them deliberate and conservative. Elcor's speech is ponderous and monotone. Among themselves, scent, slight movements, and sub-vocalized infrasound convey shades of meaning that make a human smile seem as subtle as a fireworks display. Since their subtlety can lead to misunderstandings with other species, the Elcor often go out of their way to clarify when they are being sarcastic, amused, or angry. Dakuna's high gravity impedes mountain formation. Most of the world consists of flat, open plains, which prehistoric Elcor wandered across in small family bands. Modern Elcor still prefer open sky, and can become restless and uncomfortable on long starship journeys.
So their planet was super flat because of the gravity. I can see why they wouldn't like being in a small spaceship, because they're used to like wide open fields. The fact that their homeworld Dakuna is super heavy gravity, they mentioned that a fall could be lethal. That's why you move slowly.
The Elcor are a citadel species native to the high-gravity world. The
Bolus.
Bolus are a member species of the Citadel with their own embassy, but they are also a client race of the Turians. Centuries ago, they were voluntarily absorbed into the hierarchy, effectively trading their mercantile prowess for Turian military protection. Erun, their homeworld, lies far beyond the normal life zone of its star. However, the world has a high-pressure greenhouse atmosphere that traps enough heat to support an ammonia-based biochemistry. As a result, the Volus must wear pressure suits and breathers when dealing with other species, as conventional nitrogen-oxygen air mixtures are poisonous to them, and in the low-pressure atmospheres tolerable to most species, their flesh will actually split open. Volus culture is tribal, bartering lands and even people to gain status. This culture of exchange inclines them to economic pursuits. It was the Volus who authored the Unified Banking Act, and they continue to monitor and balance the Citadel economy.
So a few things here. One, ammonia-based. No Drell, but it does add female Turians. Yep, I think I've already seen one or two. Yeah, it's a cool mod. I mean, obviously female Turians exist in the universe because the race is still alive, but we never actually saw a female Turian until Omega. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, it was Omega DLC. It was like the first time we saw one. So it makes sense to show them earlier now. So the Volus have to wear these suits. That's gotta be annoying. Like, think about this. The Quarians, right? The Quarians have to wear their suits even at home, because their home is like a sterile ship that can explode at any moment. Like, people wear their suits in the flotilla just in case of, like, hull breaches. A Quarian suit is part of them. So I'm assuming it has some comfort built into it. The Drell suits, not Drell, the Volus suits are there just because they have to be there, but when they're in their own home or their own ships, they don't need them. So they're probably not as comfortable. They probably don't have, like, some of the same quality of life improvements that the Quarian suits have out of necessity. It'd probably be a pain to have to wear that. Also, if a Quarian ever has a suit rupture on the Citadel, they might get sick, right? It could kill them, but they might just get sick. If a Volus suit ruptures, the air coming into that suit is toxic to them, and without that amount of pressure, their body will start to, like, explode. That's bad. It kind of works for them in this way, though. Kind of similar to my argument of, like, when someone doesn't like a food you like, and then you like a food like they don't like, and they like a food you don't like, that works out. You know why? Because you get it. Oh, you don't like this? More for me. Oh, I don't like this and you like it? Here, more for you. Any ammonia planet that's discovered, Volus. Almost every species kind of breathes similar air, except for them. Oh, hey, we discovered another ammonia planet we can't possibly live on without massive terraforming. Oh, Volus. It kind of works out. There's actually a new origin in Stellaris through the newest DLC where you start on a planet with like 5 other races. Basically, you were on a slave ship from an advanced civilization, enslaved you and a bunch of others from different planets, and you rebelled. And like the ship crashed on a planet outside their space, and you basically became a civilization of like 5 or 6 different species. The cool thing about that is, if you find other planets, you can then use those people to colonize it. Let's say your main species is continental preference, but you have one species that's ice preference, like Arctic. Well, hey, I just found an Arctic planet I can't live on. There you go. Here's like your new homeworld. I kind of want to try that origin. It's almost like having robots, because robots can live anywhere. And if you're lucky, you can actually get a tomb world preference pop type. So if you find a tomb world, hey, you can live there. It's actually a harder start because you actually start with like less starting pops, but I'll still try it. Citadel and Galactic Government.
The Citadel. The Council is an executive committee composed of representatives from the Asari Republics, the Turian Hierarchy, and the Solarian Union. Though they have no official power over the independent governments of other species, the Council's decisions carry great weight throughout the galaxy. No single Council race is strong enough to defy the other two, and all have a vested interest in compromise and cooperation. Each of the Council species has general characteristics associated with the various aspects of governing the galaxy. The Asari are typically seen as diplomats and mediators. The Solarians gather intelligence and information. The Turians provide the bulk of the military and peacekeeping forces. Any species granted an embassy on the Citadel is considered an associate member, bound by the accords of the Citadel Conventions. Associate members may bring issues to the attention of the Council, though they have no input on the decision. The Human Systems Alliance became an associate member of the Citadel in 2165.
Unlike in Stellaris, where being an associate of a Federation kind of does nothing. You're not protected. If you're an associate of a Federation and you get attacked by somebody, they won't come to help you. It doesn't trigger anything. I'm not even sure if it does anything. Like, what does being an associate status with a Federation do in Stellaris? I don't think it does anything. Actually, you know what it does do? You can't fight them. If you give out associative statuses like candy when you make a Federation, and then you're like, you know what? I'm going to attack this person and take their space. It'll make me more powerful. Oh, we made them an associative status person. Oh, that means I can't attack them. You have to kick them off out of the Federation and wait like 10 years. Whenever you make a new Federation, a lot of species in the galaxy will be like, hey, can we be a member? If anything, it protects them from declaration of war from us. If anything, that's what it does. I guess the AI is not stupid. Oh, there's no new secondary? Oh. Hey, look.
Welcome
female
to the
Turian.
Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
Anar.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
What is this place?
This is the Presidium. More specifically, you are at the Citadel embassies. If you have more questions, please access Avina.
What's that?
Oh, Avina is the virtual guide for the Citadel. Feel free to access the terminal yourself.
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Safiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the embassies.
Okay. Thank you for the lurk and stopping by to say hey. I probably won't be going too much longer. I'm still kind of getting back into streaming, and my voice is not liking it. But as long as I keep doing these shorter streams, I'll get used to it again and be able to do longer ones.
You seem to be distracted.
The embassies are the hub of all Citadel politics. When you represent trillions of citizens, it tends to get a little busy.
Yeah, I guess it would.
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
Ah, the Citadel. Probably one of my favorite hub areas. In any kind of game that has like a hub type area, I like the Citadel. Oh, hey, Palin. You're alive.
Commander Shepard, I didn't expect to see you here. Did Ambassador Udina send you?
I go where I want, Turian. Who are you?
Have we met before?
No, but I know you well enough. I'm Executor Palin, head of CSEC. It's my job to know when someone like you arrives on the Citadel. Was there something you needed, Commander?
I get the feeling you're not too fond of humans.
No, I just don't trust your kind. Not yet. You humans are eager to take all the power you can get, and you're being given a lot. If the Council wants to make humanity their new favorite pet, that's their business. But I don't have to like it.
Yeah, I had, man, the last half of last year kind of sucked. I got sick 3 times. I was sick in September, like August and September with COVID. I had 2 vaccines, but no booster. So my COVID lasted like 3 weeks. It was not fun. My voice was also pretty messed up. Then, about a couple weeks after I got over COVID, I got sick again with some kind of like flu. That was only for like a week. And then, about a month later, I got whatever I had around Christmas time. I was in the hospital for 2 days. They didn't know what I had. It eventually went away after they put like a ton of stuff into me. They still don't know what I had, by the way. Like, they don't know. They tested for so many things and it was all negative. So they have no idea what I had. Got over that finally. And speaking of voice, when I was sick at that time, nothing was wrong with my throat. I had no throat problems. But once I got out of the hospital, a few days later, I completely lost my voice. It just left. I didn't have a problem with my throat the entire time. And then a couple days, like I got out of the hospital, was talking fine. And then a few days later, I could not make words. I could barely whisper. And it took like 2 weeks for my voice to come back. Still don't know what that was about. Well, I had some testing done. Apparently, one of the issues I might have is a thyroid issue. That is in my throat. I don't know if that has anything to do with my voice, but I don't know. It's like ever since I was sick last September, I haven't quite been able to get back to where I was. Voice being one of those things. But yeah, like the last like 4 or 5 months of 2022 was just gone. I kind of realized my anniversary stream for streaming for 4 years is in September. It's already April. That's only like 5 months away. I kind of missed streaming for like half a year almost. Just in combination of being sick in September, then being sick in October, then being sick in December, and then having the issues I was having lately, so I didn't stream for like a month. Like, it's just like, for my 4th year of streaming, it's been like 7 months, and I've streamed for like 1. Kind of sucks.
What do you know about the Spectres?
They're the right hand of the Council, or so they like to be called. More like the underhanded side of the Council.
What do you have against the Spectres?
I can't abide any organization that considers itself above the law. Especially when it's left up to each individual Spectre to decide when and how to bend the rules.
Look, I can see when Spectres are needed, but I can also see where they would probably make things worse. Nothing's perfect.
Tell me about CSEC.
CSEC provides necessary police and security services throughout the Citadel. We're a civilian government agency, though many of our members have had military training. Of course, as the CSEC representative to the Council, I spend most of my time liaising between the two.
Tell me about your investigation into Saren.
Sorry, Commander. I don't make a habit of giving out details about ongoing investigations.
That is a pretty dumb question. So, you're having a police investigation into Saren, huh? What'd you find so far? How's it going?
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Level up. So who's in here? What's going on in here? Oh, what's going on? Oh, a meeting. Hold on. What's wrong with this picture? Why does the Volus have to stand? I'm sure you could get some kind of chair that works with the movement of their legs and their suits. Why do they... That's kind of unfair. Also, the Solarian C6 stuff kind of looks cool. Look at that. I don't know, I kind of like it. Poor Volus. Wait, the Volus is in C-Sec too. That is a C-Sec Volus. And he has to stand the whole time. I mean, it's possible the way that Voluses are and the way their suits are, maybe they can just kind of like turn on a setting of their legs, of the armor, of the suit, and just have them go rigid and just stand there. Like it's like standing, but kind of like being like held up by something. Maybe it's actually pretty comfortable. You wouldn't get a cramp in your leg as easily, I guess. What is happening over here? Hi? Oh, you can actually see the other... Could you always do this? Remember when I talked about how I want to learn something new in every playthrough I do with this game? Could you always see into the next room right here? Aw. I mean, knowing nothing was over there, I just never went over there, maybe. Here, let me hack into this computer you're using. 1 second. The following message was transmitted from an untraceable account to multiple recipients across the extranet. Further monitoring of the situation is warranted. My fellow biotics, you have been selected to receive the transmission because of our shared plight. Few understand us. Fewer tolerate us. We must stand together. We must build our own new world. Come, join us in the Hawking Eta cluster. Only as one body can we right the wrongs done to our kind. Signed, Major Kyle. Or Father Kyle. Even though he's not a biotic. Isn't that the weirdest thing? Father Kyle makes a group of biotics and kind of turns them into a cult. But he's not a biotic. Okay. Ah. All right.
Don't believe the rumors. The consort
This always makes me think.
would never reveal her
Were they
secrets.
going to make Private Fredericks into a character? Because this is the only time you ever talk to him.
What do you want? Oh, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
Relax, Private. This isn't an inspection.
Right, sorry. What can I do for you, Commander?
What can you tell me about the Asari consort?
Well, she's an Asari who works here that is, she helps people with things.
You never went to see her, did you, Fredericks?
No, I never did. I couldn't afford it. It costs half a year's credits just to go in and talk to her.
Can you at least tell me where I can find her?
Sure. She's across the bridge from the embassies.
Thanks, kid. Have fun. Try not to get into too much trouble.
I will. Have fun, that is.
And that's the last we ever heard of him. Yep, and there it is.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Okay. Hopefully I don't have to kill you later.
This place seems strange. I wish there were more humans around.
It's like he's commenting on the mod. It looks like somebody modded the Citadel with more aliens. I don't like this. Hey, Ashley, how do you feel about this mod? What would you rank this mod, Ashley?
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
You know who I am?
Your arrival created a bigger-than-average stir among the diplomats and hangers-on around here. There's always something new happening around here. I could fill you in on some points of interest if you'd like.
What's going on around here?
Well, you found the embassies, not much going on here. Across the bridge, you'll find the bank, the Emporium, and Shaira's. If you haven't heard of her, you soon will. If you need supplies, you can try the markets one level below. For entertainment, I'd try Flux or Cora's Den.
What is Shaira's?
The consort? She entertains clients who can afford her services. Most of the diplomats and ambassadors have visited her at one time or another. She's a very powerful woman, but also very respected.
Tell me about Flux and Cora's Den.
Well, Flux has gambling and dancing, certainly more lively than this place. Cora's Den, on the other hand, well, let's just say it's livelier and deadlier, all at the same time.
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
When is the last time I talked to this guy and listened to what he had to say? Hello, Keeper. I know you're at her. One of the Keepers I'm sure is missed the most often. What else can we do? Any more codex? We actually did get more codex. We have something new in council races.
The Asari were the first species to discover the Citadel. When the Solarians arrived, it was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy. Since then, the Asari have served as the mediators and centrists of the Council. An all-female race, the Asari reproduce through a form of parthenogenesis. They can attune their nervous system to that of another individual of any gender and of any species to reproduce. This capability has led to the unseemly and inaccurate rumors about Asari promiscuity. Asari can live for over 1,000 years, passing through 3 stages of life. In the maiden stage, they wander restlessly, seeking new knowledge and experience. When the matron stage begins, they meld with interesting partners to produce their offspring. This ends when they reach the matriarch stage, where they assume the roles of leaders and counselors.
I see. Maybe we'll see, depending on how long a time there is in between Mass Effect 3 and 4, maybe we'll see... what was it? Obviously, Liara is in the maiden stage because she's only like 100 years old, but maybe she'll be a matron, or even a matriarch. Maybe we'll see matriarch Liara. Citadel and Galactic Government. All right, I think it was these two, right? Once you highlight them, they disappear. So I think, yeah, it was these two. All right.
Well, Citadel Security is a volunteer police service answering to the Citadel Council. The 200,000 constables of CSEC are responsible for maintaining public order in the densely populated Citadel. They also provide pirate suppression, customs enforcement, and search and rescue throughout the Citadel cluster. CSEC has 6 divisions. Enforcement. Uniformed officers who patrol the Citadel and respond to emergencies. Investigation. Detectives who puzzle out the truth behind crimes and bring perpetrators to justice. Customs. Screens the thousands of passengers and cargo containers that pass through the Citadel's ports every day. Network. Deals with cybercrimes, like identity and copyright theft, hacking and viral attacks, and illegal artificial intelligence. Special response. Deals with hostage situations, bombs, and heavily armed criminals. In the unlikely event that attackers board the Citadel, they are also the front line of defense, armed with military-grade equipment. Patrol. Naval arm, with ships stationed throughout the Citadel cluster. Unlike the other divisions, they are rarely seen at the Citadel, nor do they stay in one place long. Joining CSEC is prestigious. Applications must be sponsored by a Citadel counselor or the ambassador of an associate Citadel Council race. Generally, applicants have many years of distinguished service in the military or police forces of their nation, but an inexperienced applicant with demonstrable talent will be fairly considered. CSEC and the Spectres are often at odds. Many CSEC members, notably current executor Venari Palin, believes that allowing specters to be above the law is a dangerous practice. The actions of Sarah Nocturius lend credence to this position. The specters, in turn, are aggravated when C-Sec's dedication to produce and due process hampers their investigation. Procedure, not process. Whatever. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space, serving as the connection point for the wards. The interior walls are lined with the embassies of influential species and private residences for the galaxy's elite. The Presidium is full of open-air restaurants, bars, and luxurious meeting areas. Gravity is about a third Earth normal. A holographic sky is projected over the ceiling of the ring. Unlike the 24/7 bustle of the wards, the Presidium maintains a 20-hour day schedule with a 6-hour night, where lights are dimmed and the sky goes through a night cycle. Offices and residences are often open to the interior. It is not unusual for embassies to have no exterior wall at all. This does not cause a crime problem due to the heavy C-Sec presence and ubiquitous monitoring devices on the Presidium. Thieves are quickly identified and apprehended. The ring is the location of the Citadel spaceports. Being closer to the center of spin, there is less motion for a ship to match, and that reduced spin gravity makes handling cargo easier. Hundreds of ships pass through the Citadel every day, and every species with an embassy is granted a private dock. The tower at the center of the ring holds the administration of the Citadel Council. The tower rises over a kilometer from the ring, appearing to thrust forward parallel to the ward arms. As the tower is at the center of the spin axis, it experiences little centrifugal force. Gravity is maintained using mass effect fields at a 90-degree angle to the ring and wards. A counselor dock can be found at the base of the tower, while normally used for diplomatic couriers and Spectre business. The shuttle docked here can evacuate the council government in an emergency.
They actually set that up. At the end, they're like, evacuate the council. They actually have like an evacuation shuttle there. That's kind of cool. So it talks about the gravity, talks about how the Presidium's kind of like open, and there's so much C-Sec presence, crime is just like nothing. The sky dims to mimic night so people can sleep, I guess. The ring is where the docks are because it's convenient. There's less gravity to deal with, less spinning. And every race that has a embassy has a private dock. Okay. And as far as this goes, I mean, we've seen this. Enforcement are the uniformed officers you see. Investigations are like detectives. I guess Garrus was kind of doing that. Customs, network, cybercrimes, basically. Special response are, I guess, who were fighting and failing to fight Cerberus in 3. Good job. Patrol, which we never see, probably. Yeah. Oh, we did not go in here. Is that a blue Hanar? Oh. Okay.
Human, delighted, welcome. It is good to meet you.
Yes.
I've got 3 days of paperwork to finish by the end of my shift today.
That is a mod voice. That is incredibly obvious.
If I have to fill out one more form, I think I might just go work the mines in Calliston.
It's not bad. It's just like, it has to do with like the audio itself. It just stands out. Codex. More codex entries.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
And let's see. Yeah, we did those two. It's kind of dumb to look around now because a lot of stuff will be unlocked by the time we talk to the council. So I always do this. I look around initially and then go to the council, and then I end up having to go through every area again because not only do I have to scan the keepers, but I also have new missions unlocked. So we'll just go to the council,
To the Presidium. Allow me
and
to
then
be
we'll
your
do
guide.
all the stuff. I'm pretty sure there's nothing we can find that won't be there after we talk to the council. There'll just be more stuff to do. So like we'll talk to Avina. All the different Avinas have a lot of the same stuff to say, but they'll also talk about stuff that's near them. Like the Krogan statue, for example. What we get? See, I can't tell that's highlighted because I'm on it, but I know that's new.
Citadel Conventions. These diplomatic talks occur in the wake of the Krogan rebellions, as a response to the destruction of the conflict and an attempt to distance the Council from the brutal Krogan warfare. The conventions regulate the use of weapons of mass destruction. A WMD causes environmental alteration to a world. A bomb that produces a large crater is not considered a WMD. A bomb that causes a nuclear winter is. Use of WMD is forbidden on garden worlds like Earth, with ecospheres that can readily support a population. If a habitable world is destroyed, it will not be replaced for millions of years. The conventions do not forbid the use of WMD on hostile worlds or in sealed space station environments. Many militaries continue to develop and maintain stockpiles. The conventions graded weapons of mass destruction into tiers of concern. Tier 1 is the greatest threat to galactic peace. Tier 1. Large galactic impactors, such as asteroid drops or deorbiting space stations, effectively free and available in any system in the form of debris left over from planetary accretion. Kinetic impactors are the weapon of choice for terrorists and third galaxy nations. Batarians. Tier 2. Uncontrolled self-replicating weapons, such as a nanotechnology, viral or bacteriological organisms, von Neumann devices, and destructive computer viruses. These weapons can lie dormant for millennia, waiting for a careless visitor to carry them on to another world. Tier 3. Large energy burst weapons, such as nuclear or antimatter warheads. Tier 4. Alien species deliberately introduced to crowd out native forms necessary for the health of an ecosystem. Ecological tampering can take years to bear fruit, making it difficult to prove.
I haven't read this in such a long time. So basically, WMDs are illegal. Of course, it doesn't stop people like the Batarians, who are not in Citadel space anymore. Tier 1 is just big stuff, like asteroids. Tier 2 is uncontrolled self-replicating weapons like nanotechnology or viral weapons. Now, I did notice this. Von Neumann devices. Von Neumann sounds like a Quarian name, doesn't it? In Mass Effect 2, it's mentioned that there was a Quarian bioweapon, like, person who would sell them. I wonder if that was Von Neumann. Interesting. If you think about it, a Quarian is actually one of the best people to develop bio-warfare. Because of their suits, like filters and all that stuff, they can probably work in the same room with it and not have to worry about accidental exposure. The suit probably filters it out. Tier 3 is just big weapons like nukes, and Tier 4 is literally like dropping Varen on a planet to disrupt the ecosystem. Hard to prove, though.
Due to the destruction potential of dreadnoughts, the Council races agreed at the Phyraxian Naval Conference to fix a ratio of dreadnought construction between themselves. At the top of the pyramid is the peacekeeping Turian fleet. Below the Turians are the other Council races, including the Asari and Solarians. Council associate races are at the bottom. The Human Systems Alliance is part of the last group. The ratio of Turian to Council to associate dreadnoughts is 5 to 3 to 1. For every dreadnought humans are permitted to build, the Asari have 3, and the Turians 5.
This is what I was talking about. The Turians are allowed to have the most. The Asari and Solarians have less. And then people like humans have way less. So the Turians have 15, the Asari and... actually, hold on. Yeah. The Asari and Solarians can have 9, and we can have 3. Not nearly enough death for... Yeah, well, we didn't do a lot of fighting, because I spent so long talking. But that's what I do. Also, the beginning of the game. Next time on Friday, we'll be doing more Citadel stuff, but also more fighting. Once we actually get to be a Spectre, we'll be landing on all the planets and fighting a lot. So that'll be the time for death. Speaking of that, it is time to stop. It's exactly 10 o'clock.